We have a dog who is afraid to get off our boat because the dock has so many holes in it.
Kids' bedrooms, here and here, bathroom, but no railings.
There's nothing worse than when you come out at night to use the bathroom and you fear for your life.
Nice. That looks awesome.
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today we're on Healy Lake in the heart of Ontario's Muskoka region to build a brand new dock. It's got to be an eye catcher because this dock is really the front door. This is a water access only cottage.
I'm Ron.
And I'm Nicole Hutzel.
And this is the Hutzel House, our cottage.
We called it that 70s cottage when we first saw it because it looks like the 70s are calling and they want their yellow back. It's a party cottage. Ron has friends on this lake, has always felt that when he grew up he would have a cottage on this lake, but I had to be sold because I'm from California. This is not my lifestyle. We called the real estate agent and he showed us this place. And I saw the light in there. It looked like the light in my childhood home. And I'm like, we have to buy this place now. And we did.
2 months later, we owned a cottage.
We owned a cottage. Yeah.
We still lived in California at the time.
Yeah.
But we were the proud owners of a cottage here in beautiful Muskoka. So the interesting thing about having a water access cottage is really the process that's involved. From parking at the marina to walking over the bridge, loading everything onto the boat, making our way here, successfully docking. Sometimes that's a little sketch. And unloading everything up those stairs and into the cottage. And part of it is that it makes you cognizant of what you're bringing in because everything that you bring in, you have to bring back out.
A water access cottage also makes renovations harder because you have to boat in all the supplies. Still, the Hutzels have managed to do a few themselves.
We've done a lot in terms of renovation, new furniture, new flooring, new roof, but there's still a lot to do.
The most important thing on that to-do list is the dock.
The dock is at a point where we can't tie our boat to it without our boat hanging off the end. And we have a dog who is afraid to get off our boat. And we have a little girl who we designed a room for her called Anna's Hideaway. She won't stay in it because at night she has to walk out onto the area outside her room and she's afraid to go to the bathroom. We really needed to tackle this so we could have a night alone. I'm just saying.
Mostly it's for safety.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Partially it's for fun.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, so we'll start up here with the plywood, obviously being a pretty big concern. Got a little leakage going on.
Sorry.
Yeah, watch that. The stairs coming down, pretty big concern. We had to reinforce the stairs. And then obviously the big concern, kids' bedrooms here and here, bathroom, but no railings. That's a primary concern for us. Obviously safety is a big thing. The kids can't actually sleep in their bedrooms because of that.
The children and elderly do appreciate the rails, so.
Absolutely, so no hand railing there. Obviously that's another big concern.
I love the layout though, it's so cool. It's kind of like a tree fort above the water, not in a tree.
Let's check out the rest of the dock.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we've got the landing here, which is again a little ramshackle. Some has been replaced, some has not. Got a little extra bounce in the step there.
It's got that hammock formation going on.
It kind of does. And really the big concern here is just being able to safely dock the boat, have room for our guests, and well, we swim off the end. This is you know, where we take advantage of the springiness as our built-in diving board. We've got a solid crib underneath here, but I think the ice has had its way with our dock.
Yeah.
And then we would just like to really have a little more space out here and be able to enjoy the morning sun, do some swimming, set out some Muskoka chairs, and right now we haven't got a lot of space to do that.
So we need a bigger, longer dock that's gonna make that area safer. And you know, when we do all this thing in one sweep, it's all gonna look the same, which is gonna be really cool too. It'll like, everything will flow right up and be newer looking material. Let's get the plan rolling.
Sounds good.
Here's what I'm gonna do. First, we'll replace all the stairs and landings attached to the cottage. We'll add railings to make it safe for the kids. Then we'll replace the fixed dock along the shore. At the far end of that dock, we're going to attach a ramp. Then we'll add a 10 by 20 foot floating dock to give them more room and to create a nice safe swimming area. Here's the problem. Without a dock, they can't use their water access cottage. So we have to get all this done in just 2 weeks. So to speed things up, we're getting a pre-built floating dock from Pipe Fusion, and we'll bring it over once the fixed dock is complete. So our plan is that we're going to load up the barge with everything on the trailer, and then we found out it was a pontoon boat. I said, 75 bucks an hour, how long is this going to take? How many trips? He's like, oh no, 60 bundles of shingles we put on here. So I said, 60 bundles of shingles, that's a lot of weight. So we tried loading all the wood up, and he's like, as long as it's still afloat, it's fine. We only got 2 weeks to do this job, so I need a big crew. Some of my guys work harder than others.
Wait! Get! One! We have won. Ladies and gentlemen, they have the faster, bigger engine. We have the listing boat and a shovel. Shows you what good old-fashioned ingenuity and some fortitude can do ya.
It's hard work planning a job that's water access. I tried to buy overages. I'd rather take some stuff back because I know I got 2 barge trips. I got one coming and I got one going with all the debris. And you cottagers think you have a lot to bring to the island, but we almost sunk a pontoon boat here today. Today we're at a 1970s style cottage on Healy Lake in Muskoka. It's the perfect party spot for Ron and Nicole. Problem is, their dock isn't even fit for a dog.
We have a dog who is afraid to get off our boat.
The dock is a big deal at any cottage, but since this is a water access cottage, it's critical.
It's like our driveway, and we want to come in and out. We want our boat to be able to fit on our dock. But it's also an extension of our outdoor space.
We have to get the old dock out and the new dock in, and replace the stairs and add some railings, all before they come back up in 2 weeks. The demo was pretty easy on the boating dock because there actually wasn't that much lumber in there. That's why it was so easy to, it was so bouncy and everything. So definitely whoever rips out our dock, 60 years from now is going to have a much harder time.
Still works!
I'd like to see as much get demoed as possible, but we have only so much flat ground and most of it is getting removed and replaced, so we got to keep something going at all times. So if we can get something replaced and some more torn off, then I'll be a happy guy. I'm exerting a high level of commitment here. I'm not in my swim trunks and I'm out on the island. We've torn off everything that was rotten and we're down to the bare crib. Now it's time to start building. So this is just basically a crib is just a bunch of timbers this way, this way, this way, this way, filled up with rocks on the bottom of a lake. And they hold the dock up. It's just like putting a big snowshoe on a goopy bottom. Eventually what happens is they do settle a little bit, so we'll just work, once we're out of the water, we're gonna shim it a little bit so that it's perfectly level again. We'll line up our heights with the other docks so that everything remains the same. And there we are. It's pretty simple. Some of the crew wants to see me go down. Willie, he builds me a bridge, Want to measure us here? And what we're doing is we're just getting a straight edge from our hangar out to here to show where we're going to be. This is our top of our deck will be around here, and the bottom of our beam will be around here the way it works out. Our plan for the rest of the day is to try and get at least a portion of the main boating dock back together so that we can dock there. If we can get something replaced and some more torn off, then I'll be a happy guy.
Pulling up the old plywood deck. Gonna lay some nice new decking across here and make it look mwah for these people. A little bit of a new porch system here. Whoever initially put this in did a magnificent job. They put in a nail every 3 inches, which is correct.
I'm just lining up the stringers. Willie and Kevin are cutting the treads. Jesse's gonna be removing the old stairs. And Simon is banging a crib nail in.
So basically, we're taking this set of stairs out so that we can start decking this platform. And the reason we're doing that is just so we can start with a nice clean edge along the front. And as you can see, stairs are in the way right now. So basically, I got to figure out how these stairs are attached to this platform. I think I've figured it out. Think is the operative word here. All right, so this is the kind of stuff we've discovered under here. There's a lot of rot. It's quite dangerous as well. We've discovered that this whole platform is entirely out of square. We're just gonna take this whole platform off and rebuild it and make it perfectly safe.
End of the day. The boys are taking the water taxi to get home, but me, I got my own ride. Today, we're building a brand new dock system for a water access cottage.
The importance of a dock is twofold for us. One is, it's like our driveway and we want to come in and out. We want our boat to be able to fit on our dock. But it's also an extension of our outdoor space.
We've torn out the old dock and rebuilt the crib. We have to have this job done by the time the cottage owners get back, and there's still tons to do.
Nice to be out on the water on a day like this. Now we're gonna go pick up the boys and we're gonna pick up the gear. When we first came to the Hutzel's dock, it was a crooked mess. Now we've replaced all the crib that needed to be replaced. We've put oversized beams, as the last ones were like a springboard. So we've built this dock extra beefy because we're gonna be putting an 8-foot long ramp onto the end and then a 10 by 20 floater extending from that edge that way, 20 feet. So they're really social people, so that extends them. Like, they're basically out in the water high-fiving you as you drive by. Then they've got a swimming bay in here for the kids, so the kids can stay protected because this is the main channel of Healy Lake. So boats do whip by pretty quick, and this just gives them an area so they're safe. Well, on top of having to replace the platform I'm standing on and the platform at the top of the stairs, we're also finding that there's some rot in these posts, which is more evident once we remove the stairs. So we're gonna replace that. I know they're trying to do this on a budget, but we can't have their kids being unsafe, so.
Oh, that's sturdy.
There's nothing worse than when you come out at night to use the bathroom and you fear for your life, whatever reason it is. Feels safer already. So the general rule that I follow for handrails is you don't want to be able to fit a 4-inch ball through anywhere. So a 2x4 is 3.5 inches thick. So I'm just going to kind of go along here, mark 3.5 inches, roll it over, mark 1.5 inches, because that's the width of our picket. By the time Kevin's done cutting them, I'll be all ready to just pop them in real quick. Now that is sturdy. I'm really happy with the way this is turning out. It's just gonna look a lot sturdier than it did back when it was made in the 1950s. But it's bringing it back. You know, sometimes you see a place from the 50s or the 40s and you're like, man, I wish I could see that in its heyday. Well, we're bringing it back to heyday town, so.
The boys have a good handle on everything here, so I'm gonna go check out our 20-foot floater dock. We're having it built off site by the guys at Pipe Fusion to help save time.
Let's build a dock.
Hey, Colin, I'm Dave from Pipe Fusion.
You want to show me what we got going on here?
Yeah, right now they got guys just screwing down some decking, so I can show you some of the basics on some of the framing.
I'd love to see how the general structure goes together if possible. All right, so here's where you do the gluing the caps on at the end?
No, actually, the ends are fused on. After the caps are put on, this is what your product looks like, and the pipes are set in these stands and laid out for where the brackets go on.
Can I help you in any way?
Let's get started.
Nice.
Paint that end. Sure. Today.
If my Uncle Rambo was going to be doing this deck, he'd be using this.
Every time you bump the head, it will advance another screw. Good job, Colin.
Thanks a lot for letting me get my hands dirty, man. It's cool to see how you guys put things together. You guys have an awesome system and you guys work really quick.
Yeah, we got a good crew of guys, and after a couple hundred of these a year,
you know what
you're doing.
Yeah.
Ron and Nicole have a water access cottage that's almost perfect for them and their kids. Their two problems are, their dock, which is really their front door, is so decrepit that even their dog won't walk on it. And their landings need railings so that their daughter can use the bathroom at night. We've been working for almost 2 weeks and we're almost done. There's one more boat trip I have to make. I gotta get the 20-foot floating dock we had built off site by Pipe Fusion.
Get this trailer tipped up and get those pontoons wet.
I got this! Woo-wee! If I had a cottage, I would, a real lakefront cottage, it would be on this lake, I think. All right, now the hardest part of this job is dropping the 350-pound weight off the edge of the dock. How are we gonna do it? A bulldozer.
Two weeks ago, Ron and Nicole's dock was a sinking, rotting mess. Even their dog wouldn't walk on it. At the cottage itself, their daughter was too scared to leave her room in the middle of the night because there was no railing. Today, I think they're gonna like it.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. I'm so excited.
Colin said it was done and it looked really great. I'm super excited. All right. It's like emerging. That looks awesome.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Try not to hit the new dock. Wow, this looks amazing. Look at that railings. Nice.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Hannah, you have to see this. Here, let him off.
Hey, good boy.
Good boy.
Look up there too.
There's a railing over there.
I know, but you're
So I can sleep in my room.
Yes.
This is fantastic right here. Motors protected, #1 priority.
The pontoon boat looks small against this dock now. It used to look like So that's the little dock for the big boat. Now it's like, it looks just right size. We actually shortened this dock a bit and brought it right back to the crib. So the crib is directly underneath the edge of this. And that means that there's no extra leverage beyond that to tweak it out. Before, his dock was like a bit of a springboard, and now it's super heavy duty. We've overbuilt everything because it's really not that much more expensive to do that.
Wow, this is one heck of a running start. We got room for our guests to dock. We've got the protected area in here now, yes.
Now that you've seen the party area, let me show you how we made the rest of it safer and more usable.
Looks
wow.
What did you do?
Well, certainly feels a whole lot more secure.
No, this thing is built like...
It goes all the way back too. That's what I love is that we have usable space back there where before you put the chair on the edge and it would fall in.
It goes under the stairs even.
We want to make sure that in 30 or 40 years from now, these stairs are still sturdy. So they're built with, there's a lot of extra structure. Everything is just 10 to 30% more than it was before.
It's amazing. We'll have to lift you up those stairs in 30 to 40
I have a
years.
much higher level of confidence in the safety of this whole structure right now.
Absolutely.
Did you break our old dock with a hammer?
I did. All in all, it was a great project because we have such a beautiful 1950s cottage brought back up to where it was in its heyday.
Go check it out. Go check it out.
I think if we had to sum up our take on the new dock, the new deck, the new area, we would say we love it.
I agree.
I'm running in. Woo!
Yeah.
This is a classic cottage project. Before you know it, the dock is, sitting 2 feet out of the water.
I was really worried about somebody getting injured.
What are you going to use to do that?
Oh, I don't know. Probably a chainsaw. You do good work.
Wow, it's fantastic. Look at that.
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today we're on Grindstone Lake, just south of Dorset, Ontario, at a cottage where the dock is a death trap.
We had the structure being so high, I was really worried about somebody getting injured under the dock. Parking or inadvertently driving a canoe or a kayak underneath the dock and, having a head injury or something.
Ed McMahon and his wife Pat have differing opinions on the severity of the situation.
I'm staring down at the dock thinking, wow, it is a little high out of the water. And she's thinking somebody's going to kill themselves on that dock.
But they both agree the dock needs fixing.
My vision for the dock is that we can sit on the dock and relax. And part of that relaxing is my feet are in the water.
What I'm really excited about is actually just getting it done properly.
Ed fancies himself a pretty good handyman, and in the 10 years they've been here, he's done a lot of work on the cottage.
We definitely bought a fixer-upper, and we knew we were buying a fixer-upper.
We could see beyond the exterior of the place and the property, and we just had a vision for what it could be.
It's not a big deal for me to hammer some nails and drive some screws and cut some wood, and it's actually quite relaxing for me. I really enjoy that.
But so far, the dilapidated dock is the one project that has baffled him.
I did some work on the dock just to make it safe a couple of years ago because it was kind of, the floorboards were rotting and it was a bit of a mess. So this is a classic cottage project where one little thing led to another little thing, led to another little thing, and before you know it, the dock is, sitting 2 feet out of the water.
My job is to teach Ed everything he needs to know about building a solid, safe dock and help him through the construction so that by the time his wife returns next weekend, she can dangle her feet in the water, the way she's always dreamed of. All right, so show me what you got happening here, Ed.
Well, I did some work on this dock a couple of years ago.
Yep.
And it's just sitting a little high out of the water.
Is the water level usually this low?
It's down a bit, but it's not unusually low. It's about where it ought to be.
Yeah.
But you can see it's sitting up really high.
You almost need a handrail.
Almost, yeah. And it's cantilevered a little bit too much, so I'm concerned about it being, you know, wobbly.
Was it built, you must have had a smaller dock here before then.
Yeah, originally the dock was 4 feet wide and
Yep.
about 16 or 20 feet long, and then a couple of years ago I sort of built it out a little bit, and I think I may have overdone it.
Yeah, it looks slightly structurally unsound, but anyways, it's nice and straight though.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Here's what we're gonna do. First, we'll remove the old deck boards and frame. Then, we'll tear out the 2 old cribs and build 3 new bigger ones. Then we'll put a frame on top and deck it.
Now it's time for the demo. It's time to tear this dock right apart.
Colin, we could do that, or we could just unscrew it.
And what, save the wood?
That'd be nice.
It's not that bad, you know.
No.
If my Aunt Bertha was here, we'd have a problem. At the end of this project, I would like to see Ed finally proud of his dock. It's his last project that he has to do. Oh, Ed, when you were putting this together, did you ever think it'd come apart before it rotted or what?
No, I really didn't have that in mind, that's for sure.
When you come across a screw that's stripped, you just sort of dig all the sand out of it and then give it a little blow like the P-sump, and then hopefully the head's cleared out. Look at that, pops right out.
Beautiful.
With all the deck boards off, we can see what kind of shape the crib is in. That gives us a really clear idea of what we need in terms of materials. So it's off to the lumber yard. It's a nice drive here to Dorset, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Trying to make it so that we only have to make one trip today. Whenever you're gonna work on your cottage, the more you can plan and, you know, take a shot at perceiving anything that could go wrong, the better your odds are of going swimming and enjoying the lake later.
Yeah.
Beautiful day for the lumberyard. This is where we get the rebar that pins the corner of the cribs together.
Right, okay, rebar first. Fir's better when it's going to be wet and dry.
Yes.
Better than hemlock.
Yeah. What do you say we do a caper toss competition before we do the dock? Last one, pal.
Oh.
Are
Beautiful.
you excited to go and bang these together or what?
Absolutely. This is when all the fun begins. I'm just going to have one last look at got the nail screws, pressure treated, rebar.
It's not really a lot of wood, but we're planning to reuse as much as possible. Getting a job done properly is the most important thing, but for cottagers, getting it done on budget is a close second. Ed McMahon and his wife Pat have a pretty cottage on a lovely lake.
What grabbed us most about this place, it was absolutely the view.
They also have a dock that is a danger to anyone that comes near it.
Really worried about somebody getting injured under the dock.
Ed has tried to reinforce his dock a couple times over the 10 years they've been here. But the result is a dock that sits 2 feet out of the water and it still bounces and wobbles. If my Aunt Bertha were here, we'd have a real problem, trust me. I'm here to teach Ed how to build a dock that won't make his wife fear for her life. Today is Tuesday, and we have to have this done by the weekend, because Pat's on her way up, and we want to have it ready for her to dangle her toes in the water. Tearing apart another man's dock, you learn a lot about him. Under Ed's deck boards is one of the most common mistakes an amateur dock builder makes. The joists that run the length of the dock are bolted together at the same place. This makes a weak spot right in the middle of the dock.
The problem with this is if this crib ever shifts a little bit, it's going to be quite dramatic because all of the joints are right here. So all of our joints are going to remain the same, but we're going to put these joists in a row so that the screw line is completely straight. And then we're going to sandwich on an 8-foot 2x8 to the side of this, so 4 feet on either side of the split. So that'll make it really stiff.
Yeah. Any opportunity to reuse materials to save money, we're gonna do it. And that includes the nuts and bolts.
When you're banging these out, leave the nut on just a little bit prior to the end of the threads. Give that a couple good whacks and take it out, and then we can save these bolts.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, Colin, I didn't plan on taking these out for 15 or 20 years.
Well, no, a lot of work went into this. Oh.
The foundation for this dock is cribs. Everyone talks about cribs, but not a lot of people really understand them. A crib is a frame of timber that looks like a kid's playpen or a baby's crib. But inside, instead of a baby, we put rocks. Lots of big, heavy rocks.
This is a definition of so close yet so far, unfortunately.
Afraid so.
Our new cribs are going to look very similar. They're going to be the same width, however, the length is going to change. Just because this overhang, we're going to cut this overhang in about half.
Okay.
So this crib's going to come to here, and same on the other side. That one's going to move 4 feet that way.
Right.
This one's going to move probably about 2 feet this way, and then there will actually be a little crib right here. Okay. We'll use the same rocks. It is good that you got a permit for this, because it's worse than building a new crib without a permit is taking down an old crib without a permit.
Right.
It is a fish habitat.
Small fish like to hide between the rocks, and lots of different kinds of fish lay their eggs inside the cribs. So it's important that whatever habitat we remove, we replace.
So let's get going. Let's start pulling the rocks out of here, and we can start taking these apart, and we'll save the timbers we can, get rid of what we can't use, and then we'll be all fresh for a good start tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Just move some of these rocks out one by one, which really won't take us very long. And we'll build our new crib about 2 feet in this direction and another 2 feet wider. It's important when you're working on cribs that you get a permit to do whatever you got to do. A lot of the time you won't need a permit to rip off a few layers, but you got to talk to the building department. If you're going to completely remove a crib, it's actually harder to get a permit for that than it is to get a permit to build a new one. And that's because you're removing a fish hatchery in a protection zone. Little fish come into the shore so the big fish don't eat them. It's part of an ecosystem. So usually what happens if you are going to remove a crib is you end up dismantling all of the timbers and letting the rocks just sort of fall down to the floor. And then the fish can still use your old crib materials and enjoy them. In this scenario, we're building them a new house, so we don't have to worry. It's going to be bigger and better. They're going to love it.
Removing the old cribs is really hard work, not smart work. You don't have to be too fancy, but your back definitely feels it at the end of the day. Tomorrow will be more of a workout for our brains.
I'm kind of looking forward to when we sort of place the new cribs and get them built in. That'll all be new.
Ed McMahon is a pretty handy guy. For the last 10 years, he's done lots of jobs around the cottage. But when it comes to the dock, he hasn't been quite so successful.
I'm staring down at the dock thinking, wow, it is a little high out of the water, but I did a lot of work on it, and she's thinking somebody's going to kill themselves on that dock, and we need to fix it like right now.
When we started, it was sitting 2 feet out of the water, and it was bouncy like a diving board. So far, we've unscrewed all the old deck boards and lifted off the frame. Then we got physical and removed the cribs. Now it's time to put in new cribs that are bigger and stronger.
You don't have a significant amount of movement in the lake water here, you said?
No, it really doesn't go up and down all that much. It may go up and down 3 or 4 inches early this spring, but
that's nothing.
Yeah.
Man, my lake was up like 6 feet this spring. I just saw docks floating past, and they all ended up at the dam. What do you think for height here? If we were to say, that one looks around 16 inches up out of the water. That gives you a bit of room. So if the water level does come up 6 inches, it's still up out of the water.
Yeah.
It's a pretty low dock, but considering that you guys don't have a motorboat and it's a calm lake and you don't have a lot of movement, if you desire a dock that's lower to the water, then that is what we can do.
That looks about right. The big question for me is, because I did it wrong last time, is how do you calculate how far out that farthest crib goes?
Well, Ed, something tells me that you've thought about this enough since you built that first dock that you're going to be able to show me how to do it.
Here's what's going through my mind.
Sure.
The plan said that the edge of the dock was coming out 4 feet. So I would probably be tempted to put a stake in the ground 4 feet from where the end of the dock was.
So sort of marking this corner of the dock?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then just take a piece of string and run it 24 feet out so we know where the end is going to be, and then back it off a foot, and that's where the edge of the first crib is going to be.
I thought you told me that you didn't know how to do this.
I've been thinking about it.
Ed's got it bang on. We're gonna have 3 cribs. The first one is practically on shore, the other is 23 feet away, and the third crib goes right smack in the middle.
Okay, there's 24. It looks about lined up with where the old dock was.
Okay, cool. We'll just measure off the water for our heights.
Right, because the water's always level.
Yeah.
That's the stuff you don't think about.
I think Ed was pretty impressed when I told him that we could use the water as a level. It's all these little things that, I'm enlightened to what I do in my career. You're enlightened as to what you do in your career. But just those little things that are like, oh, that's so easy. Why didn't I think of that? Because nobody ever showed you. If you want to lay 2 out, I'll go and get the drill and some spikes.
The last time I probably didn't spend as much time as I should have thinking through what I wanted it to be like at the end. I was working with an existing structure. I was kind of rebuilding the existing structure. And all things considered, I probably should have stepped back from it and thought, maybe this should just all come out and, start from scratch. The thing that we sort of focused on today was not building the whole thing on shore. So as we built a row, we would move it into the water and add a row and move it a little farther, just taking advantage of the buoyancy of the wood and using the water to make sure that we didn't have to drag this fully completed crib from the shore into the water. So that was a great trick.
Okay, let her rip.
So I got 1 3/4 inches over here.
I'm at 1 3/4 inches here too. Like once we fill it up with rocks, we'll just give it a few shakes. Then we'll put the beams on, make sure that they're level. They're where we're really going to worry about it.
So rocks, beams, and then lunch?
Yes, sir.
I'm really pleased with how things are going at this stage of the game. We're working well together, and it's great to have Colin's guidance, and that little bit of extra effort on planning really makes a difference. This last course is, one of them's in the water, the other one's out of the water, right?
The whole thing is kind of like at water's edge. So we're only going to be able to get one course there and just kind of sit it into the sand.
Right. So how are we going to join them together?
The corners, we're just going to notch out 6 inches and 6 inches so that one piece goes on top, fits together, we fasten it.
What are you going to use to do that?
Oh, I don't know. Probably a chainsaw. It's all caveman methods that you use to do this. Nothing's that crazy, there's no secret tool that's gonna help you do this. It's all just old-fashioned strings, levels, and eyeballs. Ed, we did a great job on the cribs. They're perfect.
They look good.
You know what that means?
Time for the big beams.
It's true.
Next up is attaching the cross beams. These will hold the joists, which in turn will hold the decking. Attaching them to the cribs is the same as putting the cribs together. Long galvanized nails and a lot of hammering.
Well, you know what happens now? I'm gonna just pop in some more nails here.
Right.
And then you're gonna be doing the joist without me, I guess.
Yep.
So do you wanna we'll just get them started, wanna bring a few in and we'll see how it looks?
Sure.
More than anything, we wanna make sure the tops are flush with one another.
Okay.
So we'll just start at one end, put a screw in, put a screw in, put a screw in, put a screw in, and then we're gonna screw the whole thing off. Three screws every 12 inches.
Ed's now got the task of building the deck frame, which I know he's capable of because he built the one we pulled apart. When I come back here, I want to see the frame built. I'm not too worried about anything else. I'm going to help him to get the decking done because that's kind of grunt work. Happy to help with that. And then we're also going to throw some skirting on to make it look really professional. That's what's going to make his wife really love him.
Earlier this week, I helped Ed tear down and rebuild his dock. We put in new, larger cribs, that's the foundation. Then I showed Ed how to build the frame that sits on top of them. Now it's time to see how he's done.
I see you got 2 in, Ed.
Well, the 2 most important ones, I think.
It's true, they are. But how is it going?
So I think we're doing all right.
That looks good.
Ed has done a nice job on the frame. He's got it pretty much level along the whole length. For the spots where it isn't, we need to cut little pieces of wood to different thicknesses to jam in and level it up.
Basically cut a bunch of shims at 3/8, 1/2 inch, and 5/8.
Okay.
And then I'm going to start leveling them off and setting up kind of a jig to get the other ones to the perfect height.
Once everything is level, we screw it down.
Is that the last one, Ed?
Yeah.
And now it's time to deck.
It's looking good. We're down to our last couple boards.
Yeah.
We'll get these in and then go and put on our Sunday's best fancy clothes. Get ready for the wife.
Right on.
Make sure that she loves your work as much as she loves you.
Let's hope so.
A week ago, this dock was an eyesore, and it was dangerous. It sat 2 feet above the water and it had a wobbly end. Now it has new, larger cribs and a properly reinforced frame. What really matters now is what Ed's wife, Pat, thinks of it.
Ready to have a look?
I'm ready.
We've been working hard. Okay, stop right there. Come around the corner and have a look.
Wow, it's fantastic. You guys have been working so hard. I know it's been really hard for me to stay away. And it looks so safe. No boats will get caught under here, children, pets.
Didn't take Ed that long to do it.
I love how you especially reused all the old materials, but I mean, it feels so incredibly sturdy. It's functional, it looks great.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. It's on 3 cribs instead of 2.
Wow.
And we moved it out about 4 feet.
And it's great that we can get into the deep water now. Boats can come up alongside of the dock instead of underneath it. Which
Absolutely.
is really novel.
I think a lot of your neighbors might be jealous with this.
Yeah.
And if you sit on the end, you can get your feet in the water.
Oh,
That's why we did this.
that's my dream. Thank you so much. It's awesome. It's incredible. Thank you so much.
Oh, good job, guys.
I think this dock is probably a lot closer to what Pat originally had in mind when she, in her mind's eye, when she saw the dock rebuilt. But this time we had a plan and we had some help from Colin and it all worked, so it's great.
Really a simple pleasure to be able to come and sit on your dock and feel the water and be this close to the water. It's just extremely relaxing.
Sunset's out that direction right there. So it'd be great if we had a little decking kind of spot for a couple of chairs.
These are the stairs.
They're treacherous.
I don't know how many times I've heard, whoa, you've done more steps than Richard Simmons does at the gym.
Oh, and this is great.
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage.
Today we're at Dave Thompson's cottage. It's a beautiful place that sits high up on a cliff over Lake Muskoka.
We bought it for the view. The cottage has a fantastic view over the bay.
The best view is from this spot, but it's just bare rock. Even if it did have a deck, there'd be no safe way to get to it.
It's not for everybody, right? Because there's a long way down to the water. Some people would want to be here. For us, it was not a big deal. And we knew that we could improve the access to the water. Like, that would be a drawback for some people for sure, and that may be, you know, why we were fortunate enough to be able to buy it. But we saw more potential with how we could access the water.
Last winter, I built Dave a dock, and he loved it so much he called us back. Today's project is all about one giant rock, Dave's special place to watch the sunset.
Sunset's out that direction right there. So it'd be great if we had a little decking kind of spot for a couple of chairs.
Okay.
Sit and have a drink in the evening, watch the sunset. It's a beautiful rock.
Right.
It's nice to have it, you know, featured and prominent and stuff, so I don't want to cover it up.
Beautiful.
I think that'd be a great spot. And then along here, it's okay, pretty easy, pretty level. But once you get to about here, right, it starts to slope down again, gets a little slippery. You can see how straight, you know, down it is.
You go straight through the open railing there into the lake. These are the stairs.
Yes, just a little bit crooked. They're treacherous. Okay for the dog, but not for us.
Yeah.
Well, when we have big groups of people, like we're gonna have like 50 people from my department.
50 people are gonna be on these stairs?
We've already set the date, and we really wanted to have a great way for folks to go up and down.
I see why you called us. You know, the stairs themselves almost look a little drunk. I could hardly imagine how you'd be if you had a drink or two on these stairs. Let's go check it out at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
If we don't fix these stairs, someone's gonna get hurt. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, not for 50 people.
So when we get to this point, it's a little bit more prominent, right? So you built a nice dock for us in the winter, and if we could get this to match, right, and make it a little bit more of a feature point,
okay,
that'd be cool. A little more, you know, nicer than what it is now.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
So it's got to be functional, it's got to be safe, it's got to look good, and it's got to be able to support a 50-person party.
Sounds good.
Okay, we got it. Here's what I'm gonna do. Dave's sunset deck is the focus of this whole job. It's got to hold a pair of Muskoka chairs and provide a perfect view of the bay. Above it, we'll build a set of stairs that wind their way up to the cottage. Below the deck, we'll put a series of platforms and another set of steps leading down to the water. I got to do it all and be finished in time for Dave's big party that's only 2 weeks away. So we got our material now, so we're going to set up a workstation down here. We're going to start doing the stair platforms, and we're also going to set up a workstation up top so we can work on the boardwalks. The sunset deck is right in the middle. We'll get to that later. The old steps were pressure treated wood. They're probably about 25 or 30 years old. We're going to be making the new ones out of cedar so that they'll look awesome and last a long time. Now for one of the most exciting parts of the day, the demo. Grandpa's handiwork. We're starting to realize that it's in pretty rough shape. What I thought was anchored is not at all. So it's time to rip this thing out and do it properly. This thing is gonna rock like crazy. Seems like every cottage we go to was done very sort of just sparingly. It was, they're almost built like tree forts with whatever you have on hand. Hey guys, try not to trample all over all the foliage next to the stairs. It's gonna look like a wrecking crew came in. The first step of the build is to find something solid to anchor everything into. So we're trying to figure out how deep it is gonna be to the bedrock. Bedrock's the best thing that we could possibly tie into on a build. It's never gonna move, and if it does, then we got bigger problems. We're hoping we only need one of these, but you never know. We could find some boulders and need one of these. Might not want like 100 people on this at once. There's no foundations for this. It's just posts sitting on wood that's sitting on dirt or root. So our first step is to figure out where the bedrock is, dig away, find it, and then anchor into that and create a good solid foundation base for our post. Down here on the lower part of the hill, the bedrock is buried too deep. So we got to break out the concrete and make our own bedrock. way we're trying to work on our foundations, basically like we're hanging off the edge of a cliff, trying to do some forming. And I don't know how many times I've heard whoa today, but it's real. It's getting real up on this mountain.
What are you gonna do with that rock?
I don't know, Dan, what do you think?
Could be landscaping.
You know, city folk could pay upwards of $100 for that.
I don't know, maybe we should put it back.
Why?
I don't know, it looked pretty good there.
You know, sometimes your design ideas suck. Up higher on the hill, we can drill straight into the rock. Then we install the metal post anchors that will lock our posts sturdily in place. The interesting part comes when we now position it onto our frame. Check all our heights and angles, make sure we're good. We'll just put some decking on this after. We're leaving the one side extending upwards so we can put our handrail on top of it. Looks good, Dan.
Come on.
Dave Thompson has a gorgeous cottage with a breathtaking view. The problem is he's got nowhere to enjoy it from, so we're building him a sunset deck on his favorite rock. It'll be connected to the water by 3 large platforms and literally hundreds of stairs. It's a monster of a job. The entire building site is hanging off the side of a cliff, and we only have a week and a half to finish it. We're gonna start with the top platform. That just means there's going to be less treading on it once we bring our gear. We're bringing everything from the bottom, so as soon as we place that, we're done with it. Then we place the stairs below it, we're done with those. So it just kind of keeps it cleaner because everyone's got mucky boots. I'm going to drop these stairs so they're just sitting right on the ground. I don't want them to collapse when we're bringing it up. So sturdy as these stairs have been in years.
Gotta go either up the hill or down the hill. It's definitely challenging.
1, 2, 3. But we're not expecting an easy ride. Well, if we both get it, it'll be safe.
The first few days you wake up and you're, you know, a little bit achy, but it's like anything, you get used to it, right? And you just carry on.
We've got a leg on either side here. I'm just gonna tie it back so it doesn't slip down the hill. Now that our saddles are set firmly in the concrete and they've had time to set, we're gonna get our post cut. It's hard to figure out where the points are because we're sloping down the hill and we're kind of transferring reference points everywhere. So what we did is we put a string all the way from the bottom landing to the corner of the top landing. And from there, at least we have a straight line, because finding anything straight, you know, building-wise around here is pretty tricky. Got it? Well, 1 down, 2 to go. We're working within a certain set of parameters here. Sloping bedrock that's at different heights, which dictates the length of our boardwalk platforms. And also we're trying to work with the bushes that are already there and make our platform look like it's been there for 100 years and that the bushes have grown with it. So Dan's built square platforms, put them in on temporary legs. Willie's installing posts, marking them, and then drilling the post holes. Now that we're into the process and we've done more steps than Richard Simmons does at the gym, we can honestly say that this is a heck of a lot of steps.
All right, Colin, that's it. You want to check this out?
That's the last one?
This is it.
Oh, looks pretty good, man. It looks
Yeah.
like it's big steps, but that's 2 steps.
There's definitely some contour to the rock, so I think they go hand in hand.
You know, it feels like a lot of walking and a lot of steps, but when you actually see the steps, it feels like a lot of even more walking.
Oh yeah. I think it's gonna look great.
But it's gonna look sick. All those steps are gonna need a lot of posts and a lot of railing, but those will come later. Right now, it's time to focus on the centerpiece of this project, the place where all the stairs are leading. Dave's dream deck for watching the sunset. You wanna lay some boards out and give it a test drive? Yeah, check that out. Should we take a moment and live the life of Dave?
I'd love to. Oh yeah. For anybody wondering what $1 million view is,
We found it. David will be high-fiving us with a rum in his hand. Okay, so what we're doing here now is we're going to be securing their posts properly to our platforms. Now, a lot of people waste their time and try and save time actually by putting screws in, and that's why a lot of railings wiggle. What we're going to do is we're going to do a proper install with 2 carriage bolts right through the face, through both sides of our lamb here, and we're going to tighten them up. We're going to go super fast. We've each got our job, and hopefully nobody slips up or they're off the team. Ready, son?
I'm ready.
Ready? We only have 5 days left until Dave's big party. And we still have over 100 steps to put in and like 200 feet of handrail. This has been a tough one. The guys have been working really hard to get as far as we have. Well, I'd say that's it, but there's about 120 more bolts to go. Dave Thompson is one of my favorite customers. Last summer I built him a dock and it looks great. This year he wants a deck to watch the sunset from and a massive string of stairs and platforms to get him safely from the cottage to the deck and then down to the water. The only troublesome part is that he's throwing a huge party for 50 of his coworkers and he's only given me 2 weeks to pull it all together. Good work, Willie. If I'm gonna make Dave's deadline, that means we're gonna have to work late into the night. And that means setting up some auxiliary lighting. It took most of last night to cut all the stringers that will hold Dave's stairs in place. Now it's time to install them. So you want to go down there? I'll take this end, we'll line them up on our 12-inch centers and then just put some temporary screws in. Black fly season, not a great time to build stairs. Hey buddy, I got your steps. It's a nice piece of wood. A lot of people say you gotta start at the bottom to get to the top. Not us. We started at the top and worked our way down to the very bottom. You know what, Dan? It's not how many stairs you put in, it's how nice they are. We need 6, 7, and 8.
Well, maybe you could be polite and ask for one.
Colin,
I was thinking we could give him a little piece of his old stairs back.
I don't think that belongs anywhere on this job site, or probably any job site, to be honest. Doing the drum roll. He's actually putting in a bulb, but this is indeed the last step.
The crown jewel.
We're getting close to a set of stairs that will be here for many generations to come.
No more scaling the cliff, Danny.
It's pretty exciting. Who gets to go up first?
It wouldn't be fair if it were me.
That's nice.
The steps are done, but we need railings and we got to do some decking. That's a lot of work, and there's only 2 days until the party. Dave's party is only a day away. We're feeling the pressure with all the stringers we needed to cut and all the railings we had to bolt in place. But now they're done, and the only thing left is the decking. And the decking is what we do best.
There's a line there. There's a line there. That's why we try and keep them relatively even. It's just to aesthetically please the person who's paying the bill.
Colin, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Dave?
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, we got it done just in the nick of time.
Right on.
Want to come check it out?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. 2 weeks ago, Dave's property looked like this. The pathway was nothing more than moss-covered rocks. The stairs were rotten right through, and the sunset deck was nothing more than a couple garbage pails on a rock.
Look at this. That's great. You hug the curves of the hill, everything.
Yeah, it follows the bushes, follows the rock, and it looks like it's been there for a long time, and the stuff had time to grow around it, right?
Excellent, excellent. Didn't disturb much, obviously.
Try
That's
not
great.
to. It's a lot of wood, Dave, but should make the trip down a little easier.
Come on, let's look closely. Come on.
Right on.
Wow, this is great. Wow, yeah. Pretty extensive. And you know what? You really followed the old trail that was here like I asked you to do.
Yeah, it was no easy task, Dave, but we tried our best.
Railing is really, look at how thick it is.
Yeah, it's tough. Every post is anchored right into the bedrock.
Look at your angles here.
There's many angles there.
Smooth, yeah, but look, none of them are unique. Like if you had to match them all perfectly.
Some people say when you're cutting corners, you're not doing a good job, but for Dave, cutting corners was how we did a great job.
With the curves added to it, must have been some pretty difficult cuts.
Well, it was time consuming. There's
Nice.
two things about this. It was a lot of material and a lot of time.
Excellent.
Sunset deck, what do you think? Is this what you
It's
had
great.
in mind?
The sun goes right there 9 months of the year.
Dave, I only brought you down 2 chairs because we want to save some room for some dancing tonight.
It's a great halfway point to stop and get your breath on the way back up.
Sure, yeah.
If you have a drink too.
Dave was really happy with the platform for his Muskoka chairs. It's a little area so that it gives you a point to look out at the beautiful view, feel the breeze, and have a drink. One of the biggest issues that we had to tackle was the massive set of stairs. So why don't we show you what we did over there.
Nice, yeah.
The old stairs were a real hazard. They were slanted, rotting, and we discovered they weren't even properly anchored to anything. All right, so this, just some easy walkway.
Look at this, this is extensive.
Everything now is pinned into the bedrock with concrete, and the posts are anchored into the concrete. That means we have a really, really sturdy set of stairs. You could honestly have a person, 4 people on every step all the way up that thing, and they could be doing jumping jacks, and they could be doing the Congo line, they could be sliding down the handrails, and they're gonna survive. That's a good thing.
We have some families coming up this summer who were here in the winter.
Yeah.
They were a little bit shy going on the old stairs.
I don't blame them, Dave. I totally get it.
Really nice that you incorporated the windows too. Give me some platforms, right? Some features.
Can end up looking like a bit of a prison if you have too many bars. So this way we kind of respect the lake view.
Ties in nicely to the dock you built for us in the winter. So from the water now, it's all brand new wood all the way up.
Yeah, and as you continue up the hill.
I know, it's great. It is great. It's all the way down, a nice promenade walk now, all the way down.
Want to come check out the rest of it?
Oh, yes, please.
Sweet.
This is solid. So sturdy. I'm looking forward to having my party here now.
Awesome.
This is great. Thank you.
I might have
can't
to
thank you enough.
Oh, thank you, and it was a pleasure, the whole entire thing, and I might just have to stick around for one drink at your party.
Absolutely. It definitely exceeded our expectations as to how at the end of the day, I took him a little more wood, but you know what? It turned out really great, and he didn't stop. He finished it off really well.
Dave seemed really happy with the stairs. I think he was expecting us to rebuild something like he had existing there. I don't think that he really realized we were going to take it on as an art piece and try and make it something really beautiful to add to his cottage.
We need to build a treehouse. And this big puppy right here.
You guys are officially great parents. Do you think it'll fit?
You need a treehouse.
This is what makes treehouse building.
Come on, let's go check out this treehouse. I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today we're on Heaney Lake. It's a beautiful spot with crystal clear water and soaring pine trees, right smack in the middle of Ontario's Muskoka region.
I'm Todd.
I'm Kelty.
And this is Cozy Toad Cottage in Heaney Lake.
This is our second season here. We just loved it because of the trees. It just felt really cottagey too. It was small, it was quaint.
The Stewart family has two very active little boys with incredible imaginations.
We found an inflatable dinghy, yeah. The first trip out with the kids. They loved it. We decided it was a pirate adventure, and they carried that whole theme on for the entire summer.
You were Igor, I was Sully, Pirate Bear, and
Pirate Bear was
Captain
Matt.
Underpants.
That's right. Building on the pirate theme, we want to build a pirate lair, the adventure treehouse using the white pines that we've got here.
What they need is a gazebo in the sky, an airborne playhouse that's safe and spacious. But this project's a bit different from most of my jobs. Usually I come in and do the whole thing. But today, I'm more like a consultant, here to make sure this treehouse gets built properly.
We want them to be able to sleep over and have their buddies up high enough that they feel like they're having adventures and not so high that they're going to break their necks. Pirates are cool when you're 4 and also when you're 16. We wanted to show our pirates that you could build something out of nothing. We found all sorts of stuff that was salvaged, even found stuff in the garbage.
Yeah.
The pirate door, it's the best piece of treasure we could ever have found secondhand. I just love it. It's so ugly, it's cool. It's just completely fit with the theme.
Kelty and Todd have a clear idea of what they want. I'm here to supervise and to look after a few of those little details that are a little beyond what they can do.
Some of the stuff with framing in the windows and putting in a dormer, make sure everything's straight, everything's safe, railings, all that sort of stuff. So we thought a little bit of extra help might be good for this one.
And we've seen some of Colin's work and we were happy with what we saw. And he's lots of fun, so we thought we'd bring him in.
All right, so let's check out the materials you have here.
All right, there's a bunch of big stuff on the end here. We stole from Kelty's parents' barn, all these big things. Some twisted 2x4s.
This is great. We have some supports, some 4x4s, enough 2x4s to do a lot of the walls. This looks like almost enough of the floor framing. A pile of decking.
There's some planks there for a potential bridge.
Pre-roped ladder.
That's right. We're able to pull all these off my parents' Deck at home.
They still have lots of treehouse life left in them. We've got some leftover siding from our old house too. We could probably use up on the dormers down here.
Excellent. And I like a nice pile of rustic sticks and trees.
It might be great for railings. I mean, really creative endeavors of any sort.
It's necessary in a treehouse to not have all straight lines and everything. You want it to look like it's been homemade, so
yeah,
that's
exactly.
cool.
Fantastic.
All right, well, let me, I'm gonna do a list of what you have and what I think we can use where and see what we're missing and what we need to find.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Kelty and Todd have spent a lot of time finding all the necessary components of this build, and I'm pretty sure that Kelty has dedicated the last 6 months of free time to this treehouse.
Here's what we're going to do. The treehouse will need support, so we'll build a gusset. A pair of posts will hold up the other side. We'll build a 10 by 10 deck on top of it with 4 walls and a roof. Then we'll pirate it up, adding a sleeping loft in the attic, a slide for pushing people overboard, and a bridge so they can walk the plank.
So we've recruited a whole pile of help for this job. It's just like an old-fashioned barn raising. So my parents are here to help, Margie and Dave. And my dad's an awesome builder.
Okay, so let's get started on putting the gusset here. The main idea of the gusset is to support the weight of the rear of the treehouse. This area here is nice because we avoid where it dips in here, just so we can have somewhat of a flat, level mounting surface.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll let him work away on that. We can carry on building these braces. In the pile, we found a couple of beautiful pieces. We actually needed pieces 12 feet long, and this piece, the 2 pieces are actually both 12 feet long. And they have a nice shape on either end, so they're gonna look like it's been there for a while, which is cool. It's got a lot of character. I'm just gonna finish anchoring these to the tree. We need this as a spacer because the tree bows out this way, and we need that lakefront view, so we don't have an option on where it goes. Now that is a work of art.
No, it's a treasure.
A pirate's treasure.
Arr.
I think the gusset went really well. We had to account for the bow in the tree, so we had to come up with a few different workarounds.
It was awesome to get things started and get things up off the ground, so it was nice.
Now that we have it mounted to the tree, we can start building our deck platform. Kelty and Todd are doing really great with their work. You can tell that they're totally focused on this. They've been spending a lot of time doing their research, and they really feel like they want to impress each other, they want to impress me, they want to impress their kids. We'll each grab a corner, plop it up here, and we'll grab a couple temporary legs. Feel the bend.
The deck wasn't too bad. It took a little bit of muscle to hoist it up. It got beyond a little bit of reach for a couple of us, but once we were able to get it up, hold it, braced, then after that, the rest of it was a little bit easier. Looks fantastic.
That's awesome. We laid down a mosquito net on top of the frame. That will help keep low-flying bugs out of the fort. Next thing we need are some walls.
Hey, you know what? You're doing a really good job. Thanks very much, all right? 34 1/4, please. Oh, it's great to see the kids working with their tools while we're working with our tools. It's great. You know, people think that most tree houses are built by kids, but they're actually built usually by 30 to 40-year-olds.
Today we're working underneath and in the giant pines beside Ontario's Lake Heaney. Kelty and Todd want a pirate-themed treehouse for their 2 young buccaneers.
High enough that they feel like they're having adventures and not so high that they're going to break their necks.
We're using recycled lumber.
We've got a big pile of materials that we've salvaged.
And plans that Kelty drew up herself. Those plans include a sleeping loft and a rope bridge. They're providing all the labor, and they brought me in for some professional guidance to make sure the treehouse is built safe and square.
So after we had all of our 4 walls built for the treehouse, we had to figure out how to get them up here, and luckily we had no shortage of manpower and woman power. So we just put them on the edge, found kind of a flat spot so that we could lean them there and then slide them up, hand them to Simon and myself, and nailed them in. When we started building the walls here, basically what we're doing is we're pushing it back into the corner. So all I had to do was line up the wall with the edge of the decking, screw that down, and then once we have a corner made with our next panel and that's screwed in tight, it will be stable.
Kelty and Todd are continuing to work on the treehouse while I'm not here.
We started building the railing supports and finishing all the balusters, putting in a set of stairs so people could get up and down, and getting going on the pirate bridge.
Hey Kelty, how's it going?
Awesome, how are you?
Yowzers, you guys got a ton of stuff done. That's amazing.
Thank you. We've been working like busy beavers.
I can tell. No sleep for the treehouse builders.
So put up the treehouse-like balusters.
Yep.
My engineering/pilot husband has installed a beautiful set of stairs.
It actually looks great.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you guys even got the loft done.
Yeah, so on the inside we've got both loft beds up, first floor windows installed.
Oh, the windows look good too. So we didn't have to cut any holes bigger or anything, we're okay?
No, you did a great job.
The only thing we still have to do is the real pirate door.
Yes.
I'm gonna start with that. Is that cool?
Awesome.
Awesome.
Let's do it.
Man, this parrot's heavy. We are cutting down this parrot door because tree houses don't need a big old door. We want to make the knob accessible for the kids, and it's a little bit overwhelming and girthy. So I'm just gonna have a little check here and see how we're doing for square. And right off the bat, we definitely were installed in a crooked house. That's a problem there. You can see when I hold the level straight to here, we have a significant change there. Now that we've got a nice rectangle door without any kooky angles, we're ready to start building our frame. First, I'm going to mount this hinged side of the door frame onto the hinges temporarily with a screw. I'm going to trace the hinges, chisel them out, then I'm going to assemble the frame installed into the opening, and with any luck, the door is going to fit and it's going to close. I didn't bring my fancy router today, so I'm just going to do these hinges the affordable quick way, which is using an X-Acto knife and a chisel. So, and it's easy to round when the blade is nice and short. So I'm going to pre-assemble this door frame on the ground. I just think it's going to be a lot easier than carrying it up there and doing it piece by piece. Oh, that's a heavy pirate door. That looks good. Looks good. Roy, what do you think? Do you think it'll fit?
When do I get to use this thing?
Rory, give me a break, man. You're a slave driver. We just cut the base plate out here, and we leave the plate in the bottom when we stand walls because it keeps everything perfectly level and square until you've got it tacked in, and we are living the dream. Don't celebrate until we see if it shuts.
It's gonna shut.
Oh, that's... Look at that. Oh.
It was great to finally get the pirate door in. It just looks awesome. It's the best piece of treasure we could ever have found secondhand. I just love it.
Kelty and Todd are the best parents ever. They're building a pirate treehouse for their 2 boys. They got all the pirate stuff under control. The slide and the rope bridge are in place. I'm here to make sure the house stays attached to the tree and to make sure the roof doesn't cave in on anybody's head.
We've had the most fun with just seeing it come to life. Like basically have a sketchy little graph paper drawing turn into something real. It's pretty exciting. And Colin's been awesome. He hasn't said, oh, we can't do that to anything. So that's been really nice.
Lovely day to be up in the tree.
It is. It's a lovely view.
Yeah, so we've got a ton of work done. The roof is almost framed in. We're just about ready for plywood. Kelty's done a wonderful job on the loft area up here, which will store many things.
Yes.
Including maybe people.
Yes. This is what makes treehouse building, is that everyone gets involved and everyone has a job.
Todd and Kelty are off painting the underneath of the roofing. The reason that we're putting the ceiling board is so that when we use our nail gun, these nails don't poke through, and when the kids get out of bed or have a nightmare, they don't come up and whack their head into a nail. So what we're going to do is we're going to lay just some particle board over top of all the joists. We're going to nail it down, and then we're going to just put some strapping, and then we're going to put our actual plywood, and that's just going to give us enough room so the nails don't go through. You don't have to use an inexpensive plywood. If you want to make it a dream bunkie, you could be doing tongue and groove pine or whatever you want on top. Well, if there's room enough for 4 of us to be working in here, there's probably room for 10 kids up here.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
So we're gonna head up and Toddy's gonna teach me how to build a ladder.
What you want to do is figure out how many steps you want, and so people don't slide off or feel uncomfortable, you want to make them level with the ground. So you can, everywhere that you want to step, you can just take your level.
We're ready to put this puppy in.
This is gonna work perfect.
The treehouse is progressing outrageously well. You know, we've put in a lot of hours, and so has the crew, and it's really looking good.
It's been really nice with the material pile, actually. We've been able to use a ton of what we got. There isn't going to be much left over that didn't get used, which is really nice to see. Because you never know when you're scavenging stuff if you're going to just use a few pieces and have a big pile of leftovers, but it looks like the pile's almost gone.
Maybe we could do all of the bottoms of the windows with that or something.
Sure. It's too cool to not use it.
That's true.
So I'm going to give you some tips, just like you've been giving us the professional tips on how to build the treehouse.
Awesome.
I've been doing all the sewing for the inside, so I'll give you some pointers on how to build your own curtains or throw pillows if you ever have the need.
Well, you've impressed me with your building skills. Let me see if I can do the same in return.
Okay.
I've always been told there's 2 ways to learn how to do things, the fast way and the slow way. So I usually like to dive right in.
All right.
Am I good?
You're a little crooked, but it's all good. So the sewing lesson with Colin was awesome. I actually think that he may have done that before. I think that maybe he's a closet healer. But yes, it was. He did a great job.
I've mended pants in my day.
The Stewart family have their hearts set on the most authentic pirate treehouse that they can build. We've used reclaimed lumber and an antique parrot door.
So the pirate door is the perfect door for that treehouse, but the only thing is it was missing the key component. Right smack in the center of that is this old school doorbell, and it was missing.
I found one that'll fit perfectly, but since I need a little more time to put a few finishing touches on the treehouse, I've buried it and sent the kids off on a pirate-themed treasure hunt.
You guys ready? Here's the clues. It says, X marks the spot. I'm blue and I'm big and hold tools that can dig.
Tool shed?
Please bring them along to the tree that's in 3. Come on! Look to the left toward the tree that has 3 trunks.
Oh.
Whoa! Whoa! Treasure! I don't know.
What's inside? Open it.
Oh, whoa!
That's awesome. You'll be able to ding. Say, hello, I'm here.
Kelty and Todd's kids have great imagination. They spent all last summer playing pirate in a rubber raft, but this year they'll be able to take their swashbuckling games up a few notches.
Hey guys, come on, let's go check out this treehouse. Let's go!
Run up the stairs!
No, don't run up the stairs. You guys are crazy.
The finished product has lots of room inside for playing, a deck out front to keep a lookout for other pirates, and a cool rope bridge for walking the plank. There's even a slide for quick escapes.
You guys have the coolest treehouse I've ever seen in my life. Kids seem to love it. How do you guys feel about the treehouse?
It's awesome.
Yeah?
It's fantastic. I
Yeah.
mean, and that's the most important thing is to see the kids up there having fun.
Here. It's not the average treehouse, you know. When people think about building a treehouse, a lot of the time, what's in their mind is like this. But what turns out is like a few planks banged together, and like you can sit up there and yell at people. These guys definitely did their research, and they were out to impress. These guys are really easy to work with, not only in the fact that they knew what they were doing, but also in the fact that they just had great attitude. From the ground up, we have basically a deck. The gusset was built out of parts from the barn.
Yep.
The actual building itself was made out of 2x4s that you got on sale that were sort of crooked and twisted.
Yep.
How'd you get those shingles for half price?
They were on clearance at one of the big box stores, but they were really, really inexpensive.
The pièce de résistance is still the door. So
I gotta say, the fact that you found an actual parrot door for a pirate treehouse is pretty fantastic. You build a treehouse, you have fun in the treehouse, and you know, you learn how to build something and enjoy it.
It's all come together. It's fun. It's safe. It's secure. It's absolutely fantastic. It'll get used more than anything else on the whole property.
yeah, I can't wait for friends to come over and we'll say, oh, you can have the master bedroom in the cottage. We'll go into the tree house.
What you got, little pirate man? Ah! The steering's gone out of it. Sorry, it's fine now.
This dock, it just shakes like this.
I like working for friends and family. It's teamwork. It's that real cottage vibe where everyone just pitches in, gets it done, and then we go and have fun.
Wow, isn't that fantastic?
Oh, thank you.
What?
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today we're on Oak Lake in Havelock, Ontario with a family that is just crazy about having fun on the water.
Water skiing has always just been part of our lives. I've water skied for years, and so therefore both my kids have always water skied as well, and we just love it.
The kids come up a lot with their friends here, and they make a weekend out of it.
Oh, John.
This year, they bought a brand new boat to handle all those extra skiers. The problem is, their dock is dead in the water.
The dock was built before the cottage, so 33 years ago, we put the cement in, and the floating dock has worked well, but with the tires, they sink way too much.
There used to be 2 docks here, and they could pull the boat up right in between them.
My father was the one that actually built the second dock. The old dock was on poles, and last winter, it just totally disintegrated. It was a disaster. We need the docks now because the new boat really needs to be protected.
This project is really special to me because the Venus family are the people that taught me how to water ski and wakeboard. Building them a brand new dock seems like the perfect way to pay them back.
Colin's been part of our lives for years. He was one of my son's best friends, and so Colin would always be part of the group.
I've known Colin since I was about 13. We had a lot of fun during high school.
The Venuses are kind of like my second parents, so they put up with me and brought me up here, took us water skiing before I had gas money to pitch in and stuff. See, Rob in the past has helped me with many things. Could you please shine that on my chin a bit better?
I have the plan and the equipment, but the Venus family is going to provide the muscle power. When we're done, it's going to be amazing.
Colin's always a fun person to be around. I'm looking forward to the very, very best, but if he doesn't, I'll be after him and my son to make sure everything's perfect.
Nice being back at Oak Lake.
It is. We definitely have continued to enjoy it. But we've got lots of challenges lately.
No, the winter hasn't fared too well on the old docks, has it?
No, not really. The second dock actually went out this winter with the ice, so we need a full new dock.
Yeah.
You know, there's always a group of people here. Both Rob and Cheryl are always bringing 20 people up.
Yeah.
And so we want to have enough room for furniture. I never seem to have that. I'm getting old, and this dock, it just shakes like this.
Well, I remember when I started coming up here in grade 5 or whatever, you know, you get 5 or 6 of us out there and it starts getting a little low.
It goes right under now.
Yeah.
Barb and the family have one special request for the new dock. Their boat is brand new and they want to keep it looking that way. Right now, that means snapping on and off a pair of covers every time they use it. I've got a better idea.
So you want to do like maybe a covered slip to like, so you just drive in and it's got some coverage?
Yes, that would be fantastic. Yeah.
Awesome.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Along the shore, we'll build a proper crib dock out of rocks and heavy timbers so that we'll have something heavy and stable to attach everything to. Then a pair of 5-foot ramps will lead out to a pair of floating docks. The cherry on top will be a removable sunshade that hinges as the waves come along. We're combining 2 different types of docks, floating and fixed. The floating docks come from a company called Pipe Fusion. They come in a kit and we're gonna put them together ourselves. I went to the factory and saw how they fuse the big black pipes that keep the docks afloat. I spoke with the experts about how to attach the decking to the pontoons. So when the pieces arrive, the Venus family and I will know exactly how to build them.
Just as the Amish would have an Amish barn raising, we're gonna have a dock raising.
The Venus cottage is on a hill. That creates 2 problems. 1, we need flat ground to put the docks together, and 2, we need a place to launch them gently into the water.
You got them marked out? Sweet. With this project, we're really trying to take some time and plan it out properly. It's easy to paint yourself in a corner by building the dock in a location that will be hard to transport or move or get it out of the garage after it doesn't fit through the door, you know. So we're just trying to do it to streamline the process. We were thinking about building the entire thing in the water.
Yeah.
But then we were worried about
it bouncing around and being totally unstable. We thought of building a boat ramp on the far side of the lake, and then that's too far a tow. Plus, we're gonna, be there for hours and tied up their boat ramp.
In the end, we've decided to rely on the kindness of some neighbors.
We can build the docks on their property and then float them across to the Venus cottage. This means loading everything up and driving it around the lake.
Strongman competition. You know, work trucks are for work. If they get banged up in the process, it's just part of the deal. Just kidding.
With my trailer loaded up, I'm gonna drive around to the neighbor's boat launch. Rob and his girlfriend, meanwhile, are taking the scenic route with a few of the extra pieces.
Hey, you know what took so long, pal?
Hey, the boat wouldn't start. It was a nice gondola ride.
Ooh, lucky girl. All right, this is the flattest spot on the lot, so I'm actually parked on it. I'm gonna move out of the way.
Now that we've got a place to work, there's one last thing to check. When it's fully assembled, our dock is gonna be 10 feet wide. The boat ramp is only 8.
Brian, you know the old circle and a square peg thing, right?
Yeah.
You sure this dock's gonna fit down there?
I don't know. Think we should check?
Probably should before we build it, right?
Check. Didn't we try everything else? Make sure it worked?
We're on Oak Lake in Havelock, Ontario at the Venus family cottage. They are crazy about water skiing. In fact, they're the people that taught me how to ski when I was just a kid. That was a long time ago, and their old dock just isn't up to snuff anymore.
Floating dock has worked well, but with the tires, they sink way too much.
I'm gonna build a pair of new floating docks and attach them to a new crib dock that we'll build along the shore. They'll be able to pull their brand new ski boat in between the two floaters. I'm even gonna put up a sunshade so that they don't have to keep covering and uncovering their boat. And that means more time for water skiing.
Right now we're double covering it every weekend and every night. We really want to keep it clean.
So far, the hardest part of the job has been finding a place to assemble the floaters. Our solution is to use a neighbor's yard, and once we're finished, we'll launch the docks from their boat ramp, if they'll fit.
You sure this dock's gonna fit down there?
I don't know. Think we should check?
Probably should before we build it, right?
Check.
Oh, we got more than enough room.
10 feet?
Yep, just some light foliage moved out of the way and we're set to go.
Okay.
All right, let's build this.
One of the tricky parts about building these pipe fusion docks is attaching a straight piece of lumber to a round polyethylene pipe. Keeping everything at right angles is critical. And for that, Brian has built his own drilling template out of some scrap wood.
So that keeps the top of the float square, and then the 2x6 goes in here. If we roll the float over, we're tight. I clamp it, Cheryl drills.
Well, we're gonna try and get a job for everybody as we start assembling. So one person will be holding the jig, one person will be drilling, one person will be installing bolts, another person tightens them, and then we just got a few people around to, we need this, and they can toss it in. So we're gonna have over manpower, which should make it go pretty quick.
Once I figure out how to do something like the jig and stuff like that, then away we go.
Last nut. Now down to the water.
And I hope he measured this right. Ay, ay, ay.
1, 2, 3, heave! You can hardly feel this.
I was nervous about getting it down the driveway, but Colin, of course, is the eternal optimist, so he said, no problem, it'll fit.
All right, whoa, whoa, whoa. We don't want to launch the contractors, we want to launch the dock. Whoa, whoa. Let's put these on top of the pontoons to block the sun.
Yeah.
These polyethylene pipes are really temperamental with the heat and the sun. So that's actually let it bend up a little bit. We can see it's out by about 3/4 of an inch. So how are we gonna deal with that? We're gonna run the hose, spray it down, cool it down, get our first few deck boards on, and that'll lock everything in place. That's it. Okay, now that we've got our pontoons nice and straight, we've got this thing squared up, it's time to start the decking.
With a project like this, working with so many people, doing so many different things at once, it's inevitable that something gets missed.
In the process of getting the dock over here and getting 16 boards on it and figuring out how we're going to put them on, and because you have to straighten them out when you screw them down, and then we just got motoring and just boarded right over the anchor ports.
With a floating dock, you need to be able to reach the cleats where the anchors tie up. That way you can adjust them as the water level rises and lowers.
And we have a history of doing a lot of things twice. Everybody knows that's my history.
So it looks like we'll have to add a little creative carpentry to our to-do list. The Venus family loves water skiing, and this year they bought a brand new ski boat. Problem is, they have a rotten old dock to tie it up to. There isn't enough room to sit, and there's no protection for the boat. We're gonna fix all those problems with a crib dock attached to the shore, some ramps, 2 floating docks, and a canopy. We started by assembling the floaters, but after we put on the decking, we discovered a problem.
We just got motoring and just boarded right over the anchor ports.
These docks float, so they need to have anchors holding them in place. As the lake level rises and falls over the course of the year, you need to be able to reach the cleats to adjust the length of the lines.
We just measured it and cut it out with the skill saw. There's the cleat.
Up next is the wet work, building a crib for the shore dock.
Crib docks are an old solution to a dock. I feel like a settler every time I build a crib dock, because crib docks are basically, a lot of them are still around. The original timbers below water are still around from when people did them in like the 1920s and stuff. So the trickiest part of crib work is leveling everything up. So we're going to try and start and get our cribs somewhat level, and then we'll have to shim them as we go up, just so that by the time we get to the top where we're going to sit our beams and joists, we want them to be nice and straight across that top portion. I'm going to build it on shore, pick it up together, and just drop it in. This is basically what's going on under the water over there. There's a bunch of stones, and they're kind of tapering their way up like this. This one is set, and we're going to start building the next one. It's more hard work than smart work.
It's been a long day building the cribs and then the frame that will support the shore dock. But before we can start decking, we have a little structural detail we have to attend to. We have to beef up and back up the spots which the floating ramps are going to attach to.
I'm going to reinforce anywhere that the dock hinges are going to go. We're giving ourselves a bit of leeway. So I'm cutting 2 foot to 3 foot 2x8s to mount to the beam directly. And then we're going to just have some spacer blocks for the skirt board in between where we're not mounting the docks. And that allows us to decide where the best location for the boat slip is. Dude, that's mint. Oh, dude, that's perfect. That's way too straight.
Decking is really like doing a jigsaw puzzle, except the pieces are all the same color, and if you're lucky, they're all straight. While my crew and I are decking the crib dock, the Venus family is hard at work putting together the second floating dock. And this time, they better remember to cut out the anchor ports.
So we've got our docks built. We've just got a few little touch-up last pieces to do on the shore dock. We're working on the ramps, putting the pontoons on it, and then we're getting the decking on them. The whole thing's gonna get assembled, and then we gotta get the canopy on it. Although this looks like chocolate milk, it's actually end cut. So when you expose the pressure treated lumber after a cut, you have to put this stuff on so that it doesn't rot quickly. It's a step that'll make your deck last a lot longer.
Colin, you want some help in the water?
I certainly would. You know, no respect. You kids got no respect.
Old McDonald had a farm.
Brian, there's still one thing that we need. The cover for the boat slip.
The cover for the boat slip. Where's that? Upstairs?
It's up there, but we got to build a frame for it.
Oh yeah, okay. And you got the frame. You got it all figured out?
I got the frame figured out, but figuring it out and actually building it are two completely different things. Barb's gonna be back around dinner time, and I'd love to have the water ski dock of her dreams all finished up by the time she gets here. This week, I've been working at the Venus Family Cottage. They're old family friends of mine. In fact, they're the folks that taught me how to water ski when I was a kid. Now I'm almost done building them the ultimate water ski dock. All I need to do is build the hinged frame and attach the sunshade.
So we're getting close, we got the docks in place. All we have to do now is the structure for the canopy, but we're running a little bit behind. We had a little bit too much fun today. So we're finding another way to trick Barb into delaying. So she's gonna have to go and pick up her boat. We were unable to do it for one reason or another. That's her job.
This is going to be really cool to see Barb's reaction when she comes around, you know, and sees this whole canopy, etc. in place. It's going to be quite special.
I'll just do the feet real quick. It'll take me 5 minutes and I'll bolt it down. Then we don't have to worry about it blowing away or getting ruined.
1 week ago, the Venus Family dock was an eyesore. It was narrow, weathered, and sinking. It was a nightmare for water skiing. It had no room for Barb to have her morning coffee on, and there was no protection for the new boat.
Wow, isn't that fantastic? It looks like it's done.
Hey, Barb.
Colin. Wow, is this ever fantastic? Ah, I gotta do that.
It's perfect. Totally correct. How's it going?
Great. Look at this, though.
Look at that docking job, actually.
And it looks sturdy, finally.
It's pretty sturdy.
You're not wobbling.
No.
You can stand out.
Yeah, come on out.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's a lot more real estate than you used to have.
This is fantastic.
Oh, thank you so much.
Came this afternoon and it was absolutely gorgeous. This great big canopy and the beautiful dock. I was absolutely flabbergasted.
And have a step on this. Feel how sturdy this is. It's all cribs and beams and rocks.
The cribs look good. I love this sculpting. How did you do that?
We wanted to keep a little gap so the water would run under, but other than that, we kept it as tight as we could.
So this is on cribs,
Yep.
and then this is good for winter and ice and everything because it floats?
Yeah, these docks you can leave in. You just have to unhook them, throw an anchor out, and then throw a line to shore.
I've got everything I wanted. The floats are fantastic. The dock is humongous, and it's just gorgeous. Can you imagine me being able to sit and have my coffee there, or go out to the end of the dock, dive, or watch the stars at night? It'll be great. I can finally just drive in, park this boat, and enjoy myself. Isn't that fantastic? I don't even have to cover it every night.
Now you'll be boating every day.
This is fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
What? What?
Well, maybe I didn't do it all by myself.
Just that's it, buddy.
I'm your friend! I am your friend!
The issue is always, you know, is the ice going to take out your dock? And it got me this year. I mean, you could easily slip and...
It looks hungry.
Yeah.
You're the best I've ever seen at that.
Holy smokes! You've done a great job.
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today we're on Stony Lake in Ontario's Kawartha region with a single lady who's looking for a man.
Trying to find a handyman is almost impossible.
What she really needs is a new dock, and I'm going to show her how to build it. Jackie's a hands-on cottage owner, so while I'm here providing planning and a couple power tools, she's going to do her fair share of the heavy lifting. This year, when spring came, things got ugly for Jackie's dock. Real ugly.
I managed to survive about 18 years, and the ice got me this year. It moved it off of its crib, and it needs some help.
Jackie has 2 docks, but only one got damaged this winter. What we need to do now is figure out if it can be repaired or if it needs to be replaced.
You don't know what's under there. There could be anything under there. Something alive, something dead, not really sure. So we'll see when we take the boards off. I think the steps are going to go. Right now, they're in the way. Get rid of the steps, open up the dock. We need boat parking. I have a tendency to have a party or two now and again at the lake. And because most of my friends are on island properties and everybody likes to travel by boat, I definitely need more parking. So I've done a few projects myself. I always have my neighbor Grant to sort of call on or ask advice to.
She's done a couple of small jobs. She's built a planter and, you know, maybe moved some rocks and stuff, but I don't know, but this seems to be quite a big job for Jackie to be handling.
He's my go-to guy, so I'd like to sort of show him what we can do without his help.
Jackie's taking the week off work. We want to finish this project by Friday so that she can enjoy it on the weekend.
So what was this like before the winter time?
Stable.
Yeah. Perpendicular to this dock?
Yeah, not crooked. The fascia boards went all the way around. The stairs were straight. Needs some work.
Oh yeah, you can see how out of square this is. It's knocked the whole thing over. It looks like it's out about 8 or 9 inches there.
I mean, you could easily slip and...
It looks hungry.
Yeah, break a leg. So we need to fix that. Unsafe, yeah. So, you know, you jump on it and it's sort of, you know, you're not really sure. Yeah. Down at that
like
end,
this?
yeah, I was gonna say it's not really a spring diving board.
Dum, dum, dum. This dock was here before you bought the place,
Yeah.
kind of thing?
There could be anything under there.
So did you want to try and reuse some of this material, or did you want to just start fresh, or what are your thoughts on the dock?
Well, I think I'd like to replace it. I mean, I've been here 18 years, so I think it's probably time that we sort of replaced it and made it new so that it's going to last at least another 18 or hopefully longer.
Okay, so your main goals here, you want to just get this back to a place that looks straight, doesn't look like a dog's back leg,
Correct.
place
yeah.
you can park your boat and have company on here, and they're not going to stand on this end and that, and it's going to fly off the ground.
Flip up, yep, and end up in the lake.
Shall we go get our tools together and
Absolutely.
do this?
Let's take it apart.
Yeah, let's do it. When I was walking down here, I saw a pink tool belt out by the gazebo, so we're about to find out what Jackie can do. I think we might have to move your chariot before we get started.
Oh, good point.
So what we're going to end up doing is pulling all the deck boards off, looking at it to see what's shifted. Is it just the top? Is it the entire crib falling down?
I was very nervous about what I was going to find under there.
You're the best I've ever seen at that.
Boards up. Absolutely. Let's see what we've got underneath.
We got a few more screws to go, and then we can start pulling all the boards off from this way, and we'll just peel them all back, take them that way, and then see
what we got underneath.
Unfold our dilemma and figure out how we're going to approach it.
Yeah. I will be your assistant.
Awesome, thank you.
Time to push them in, right?
What? No crib yet. You sure there's a crib under here? Is this mysteriously floating?
I can't tell you what's under here. I have no idea.
We've unscrewed the deck boards. Now the moment of truth, finding out exactly what is lurking underneath.
Okay, so that's what a crib dock looks like.
This is a crib. This is what we talk about a lot, actually, is the water ends up sitting on top, even though this is above the water.
Right.
When the rain comes and any sort of water comes, it sits on top of these surfaces, whereas when it hits the side, it drains off.
Right.
But it's that sitting water that rots to the top of deck and dock joists.
Right.
Luckily, the rot is limited to the joists.
I think we definitely, for what it's worth, there's only 3 joists in here. We definitely want to replace those. It looks like the dock has mostly just shifted this way. See the way it's right tight to the crib here?
Yeah. And
then there's a big gap here.
Right.
So I think it's basically just slid off of it, and as you can see, it doesn't even look like they nailed this down to the crib. This is nice because it's already shifted its way down. It's nice, and it's where it's going to stay for a while. So if we leave it, we put the new dock on top of it, we can just level out on that, and that probably won't shift downwards anymore.
Right,
and it'll still be good for a while.
I'm very happy. Now, you know, there's nothing scary under there, so we're okay.
Here's what we're gonna do. Since the crib is in good shape, we're gonna build a new frame and attach it to the existing timbers. Then we'll put 2 poles on the front end to support the part of the dock that sticks out past the crib. Lastly, we'll cover it up with brand new deck boards and a wood skirt to match the other dock.
Next problem that we have, Colin, is the stairs. I mean, they're crooked, they're unsafe, bit of an eyesore.
Sounds like my old landlord.
And I can't park like extra boats or anything. So, I mean, if we could get rid of these or tear these out, I don't think they're worth saving. It's the best part about a construction job, I think, is the demo. There we go. It's like, oh, floating stairs.
That one we're just going to send over to the neighbors. We had a great day today of removing the old dock, getting the material taken away.
Might need help with this now.
I'd love to help. I know Jackie's neighbor, Grant, is a little nervous that Jackie might not have the skills to get this done properly.
I'd like to peek through the trees and just check, see what's going on.
I think he could be impressed. I'm hoping that he's going to be impressed.
But she's going to show him. She's going to make this dock rock.
Today, I'm at Ontario's Stony Lake at a cottage with a very sad little dock. The cottage owner, Jackie, is pretty handy. She even has her own pink tool belt.
I've done a few projects myself.
This spring, the high water and floating ice moved her dock sideways, creating a dangerous gap between it and her deck. I'm here to help her through the process of assessing, repairing, and replacing her 18-year-old dock so that she can have another 2 decades of fun beside the water.
Let's get a dock together here.
Excellent.
I've got the joist here. We're gonna get 7 2x8 16-footers, 28-foot deck boards.
Okay, and then we'll just cut those. And nails.
Yeah.
We need to nail it down this time to the crib.
Yeah.
And I have a nail gun.
Mine's bigger.
Well, I'm sure.
Some people like to go shopping for shoes, some people go shopping for clothes. Me, I like shopping for lumber.
Yeah.
There's lots of different wood you can choose from, but if you're working around water, you can't beat cedar.
I love the smell of fresh cedar in the morning.
This is good. The reason we do the joist out of the cedar is so that it isn't going to pollute the water with the pressure treated, all the chemicals and everything.
Right.
So, and also it's going to look the best. There's nothing like a cedar dock, really. Galvanized poles to stabilize the end of your springboard dock.
You're good to go.
Okay, cool.
So this is what I needed a handyman for, Colin. I couldn't have loaded this by myself.
You're pretty tough. I saw you pulling that dock out of the water yesterday. I don't know. I think you're just working me here.
Demo's the good part.
Yeah. Loading, not so much.
Not so much.
The framing's fun though. We're almost there.
Well, we're almost there too.
Yeah.
We ready?
Yes.
All right, are we gonna...
Want me to take these? You can bring some 2x?
I can't do the big ones.
Okay, I'll do these.
That's why I need a handyman.
That's why I'm here, Jackie.
Excellent.
I'm here to help.
So I've never built a dock before. I've got Colin here to help me and be my handyman.
Man, it's a nice day today.
Lead me in the right direction of building a dock that's gonna stay longer than the last one did.
Today's goal is we're gonna at least get the frame built in place, leveled out. We gotta have this done at the end of the day tomorrow, so we got the skirting and the decking to do. It'd be great if we could get started on that today, but we'll take our time. It's a beautiful day and there's sunshine out. Take advantage of it, right?
Okay, so
all right, are we ready to build something?
Build it. We got
all right.
the frame together. We might as well build it on this nice flat surface here.
Okay.
And then we'll just toss it in the water, float it around, whatever, and get it up on top of that.
I know one thing for sure. Jackie's gonna be building a lot of this dock. Do you know how to put joist hangers on? Have you ever done such a thing?
I have never done such a thing, but I'm willing to learn.
Okay.
Just show me.
Well, I can do that. You said you wanted this to last a long time, so this is one way we're gonna ensure that it will.
Cool. I'll hold that. Joist hangers are pieces of metal that wrap around the joist and basically reinforce the connection between the joist and whatever it's mounted to. It's a way of securing it.
Make sure they're pulled up so that they're supporting the bottom of the joist. So if you just get one in the top corner of each.
Okay. Okay.
You take your time, no rush, and I'll work on the other end.
Perfect. How did you do this again?
I just put the nail in the top corner.
Ah, okay, that's what you did. So you did that first. Ah, okay. And I've got Colin to guide me, and I'm hoping that, you know, he'll lead me in the right direction and I can actually build a dock myself.
You've done such a wonderful job with these
joist hangers.
Thank you.
So remember how the old dock was bouncy up at the front? To sturdy up the front, we've got our pole dock stuff here. So we're gonna put a pole in the front corner of each of these just to sturdy it up. So it's gonna be a combination crib / pole dock.
Okay, perfect.
They'll end up being here. One will be here. One will be here. We drop our poles down with the feet on them, and then they'll go to the bottom of the lake. They're slightly adjustable. You just tighten these up, loosen them, and then you can slide the front of the dock up or down.
Up or down, okay. I never thought about putting poles sort of onto the lake bottom to secure the dock so that I don't get the springboard anymore, and hopefully the ice won't take it away either. Okay, so which way, this goes on the inside.
On the inside.
And then which way do the bolts go? Are they going in this way, or are they coming in from the front?
Well, yeah, the idea is that you bang them from the outside in, and then all you see is a little nub of a head from the outside.
Okay, so it looks nice.
Just like square of bolt heads.
Right.
And then when they come in here, if you did them nice and straight this way and up and down, then they're gonna line up with these. So you got a bit of play here.
All right, so
But this is your test to see if you're a straight driller.
Oh, look at that, like butter.
Wow, laser eyeball.
The frame's all built, and I'm not really sure how we're going to get it from the deck that it's on now to the crib over in the water.
Jackie is a single lady with a great cottage and a horrible dock. She's pretty handy. She even has her own pink tool belt. But docks can be tricky business. This week, I'm here to help her through the process of rebuilding her old dock that got pushed around by the ice this spring. We've ripped off the 18-year-old deck boards and found that the crib underneath is in good shape. We've built a new frame that we're going to attach to the timbers of the old crib, but first, we have to get it there.
Jackie need not worry about moving the dock because the dock will float. We just got to slide it in the water. It's just a finger dock.
Look at you go.
It's just a finger dock. No big deal.
Makes it a lot lighter when it's in the water.
Are you trying to just say that I'm not really this strong?
Never. I would never say that about you, Colin.
And now that we've got our frame in, I can see that this is way too high compared to the other docks, so we're gonna have to blast this concrete out of here. Do you have a sledgehammer?
I do.
May I borrow it?
Sure, let me go get it. Nice.
Here we go.
Next up, 2 metal poles that will keep the end of Jackie's dock from being a springboard.
Well, this is a really tricky thing to do. So how we're gonna deal with this, we'll try and do the broad strokes first, get it roughly in place, and then we'll tweak it, until we get it perfect. Okay. Work smarter, not harder. Perfect, it goes right down on top of a nice big rock. Awesome. All right, that is good to go. High five.
Yay!
We got a bit of a problem here. This one's a little high, so which means we're gonna have to knock this top timber off here.
Okay. Are we out what?
It's at 19 1/4. We want it to be at 18. We're gonna have to take this off.
Okay.
And we'll just replace it with a 2x6. I'm gonna get the Sawzall and just cut that one off.
Okay.
We shim from here up to our blocking, cantilever it out. 26. Let me just check this again. Yeah, okay.
We're good?
Yep.
On every project, there comes a time when you're done with all the structural stuff. That's where we are now. Everything's solid and secure. Now it's time to make it look good. And that means the decking. After 3 days of hard work, we've got a dock that's rock solid. Tomorrow, we'll finish off the side. Then we'll see what Jackie's neighbor, Grant, thinks of our work. This week, I've been putting Jackie and her pink tool belt to work rebuilding her old dock.
So I've never built a dock before. I've got Colin here to help me and be my handyman.
The last thing we need to do is give the dock a skirt. This will give it a look that matches Jackie's other dock.
We are taking the deck boards, which happen to be about a 1/4 inch wider than the fence boards that we're using for the skirts, and we're just continuing it straight along and down. Well, that's a dock.
We're done.
Yeah!
A week ago, Jackie's dock was ugly and dangerous. There were gaps between it and the deck, big enough to twist an ankle or break a leg. Meanwhile, at the other end of the dock, it was so bouncy you could use it as a springboard. Now that dangerous gap has been closed up, and the far end is fully supported.
Grant's been peeking over, wondering what Jackie's up to. I think he's going to be quite impressed when he sees the dock that Jackie's built. She does good work. It's a good looking dock you built.
I think I did a pretty good job with your help. Should we show the neighbor?
Should we show Grant?
I think so. Let's go.
Jackie's neighbor Grant has been peeking through the bushes at us all week. Now it's time to give him a close-up look and see what he thinks.
Okay, you haven't been here for a while, Grant, so I have to show you what I've been building.
Holy smokes! That is not, you've done a great job.
Thanks.
Now,
Yeah, now.
Now, is it-
Now, can you stand on it?
I like that. This is nice. Your cuts are nice. Holy corners!
I took the old dock up and saw that the crib was sort of leaning forward. So I shimmed up the crib, built a frame out of cedar.
How'd you get rid of the springboard, Jackie?
I actually used poles this time. So there's plates on the bottom of the lake and then poles, and cut off the poles.
Who am I to steal a girl's thunder?
Get the chairs, get the drinks. This is super.
I don't know if I could tackle another one on my own per se, but I think I could. Colin was very, very helpful, and I'm really happy, and I think I impressed my neighbor. Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Next one's mine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're on.
I'm on.
I really want this porch to stand out. I want it to look like the old wraparound porch that we all love to sit on.
Decks are like mother-in-laws. You have to protect them so that they last a long, long time.
Oh, Colin, I can't believe it. It's so beautiful.
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today we're in Port Sydney, a small historic town in the heart of Ontario's Muskoka. We have an interesting project because the client is my mother-in-law. She wants us to rebuild the front porch on her cottage. It was built in 1892 and was originally used as an inn. It's an important landmark in town, and everyone seems to have an opinion about it. I heard stories, oh, there's black mold in there. Don't go in there, don't buy it, boy. Anyways, we bought it, and it was just, you know, people living a little foul.
It's been a lot of different things over the years. It's been a library, an ice cream store, an inn. It has a lot of history, it has a lot of beauty, and a lot of people come by and tell us that when they were children, they would come and buy ice cream here. It's a very important part of Port Sydney.
When Sonia took this place over, it was really, really run down. Nobody had cared for it or done maintenance in years. It needed literally everything from the basement up to the top of the roof looked at, fixed, and repaired. The inn also came with a couple of, let's call them, permanent residents.
We heard that it has been haunted by many different and
not just one or two, but several. There's been some interesting characters that have lived here over the years. We have heard ghosts in this place, and we've heard a lot of stories about people even being murdered in this place.
A couple owners of it in the past, I think in the 70s, you know, had a dispute over it and ended up, one of them died as a result of it at the inn.
Maybe there's still somebody rattling around, but hopefully they're at the other end of the building and not at my end.
We're about to tackle one of the last projects. We kind of started it and realized like how much work it was going to be, and we haven't really been able to set that time aside until now.
The porch is one of the most beautiful features of the house. It has the $1 million view.
Basically, in layman's terms, what has to happen with the porch is we have to remove any rotten wood and any inferior structure and replace it. And I want her to have a nice place to put her drink so that she can feel like her cottage is finally her own.
Having Colin working on my deck is not going to be a problem because I've set him straight right from the beginning. We have a great working relationship. He knows what I want and he does it. So what I need is for the deck to stop sloping that way because it's ruining the garden, and I'd like new boards put in. I want to be able to sit on the porch without feeling that I'm going to fall into the lake. That garden has to remain like that.
Well, what if I have to put new foundations in?
You'll have to work around the garden.
Okay.
Because we get so many people out here on the beach and we have so many people passing by and looking at our beautiful place, I really want this porch to stand out. I want it to look like the old wraparound porch that we all love to sit on.
Cool.
Okay, let's just look on the other side here because we've got a big issue over here. Now, here's the issue, Colin. We've got a tool stuck in here, which means something has to be done with this.
I've done a lot of work for Sonia in the past. I'm not scared to work for the mother-in-law. We actually work really well together.
The barbecue is going through the porch.
Yeah.
So that is a big issue.
She might bust my chops a bit here and there, but you know, we get along really well.
You know, I'm busy. I don't have a whole lot of time. I'm a busy guy.
I know you are.
I'm gonna do it in between things. I'll do it section by section. Hopefully by the end of the year we'll have a deck.
By the end of the year?
And now that the mother-in-law has left the building, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I'm gonna be doing this in 5 days. I got Kyle, her son's gonna give me a hand. We're gonna rip all this out today and we're gonna get at her. We're hoping we don't have too many issues with this thing, but we're about to find out.
If the structure underneath is okay, this is a simple decking job. But this porch is way older than my mother-in-law, so there's no telling what we'll find here.
Here's what we're gonna do. First, we'll rip out the old deck boards. We'll inspect the frame underneath and replace any spots that are rotten. Then we'll remove the old posts and make the structure level. Lastly, we'll reinstall the original posts and put on brand new decking.
It's just kind of a surprise because you can't see under this thing. The dogs have seen under it, that's it. Now, my crew's busy right now doing other deck stocks and gazebos.
So I called in my brother-in-law to give me a hand.
Hey, buddy.
Kyle, how's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Thanks for showing up.
Not a problem.
Your mom is going to be very happy to hear that we get this done quickly.
Colin called me up, had a surprise for my mom, and I thought I'd help him out, so now I'm here.
We knew there would be some surprises under the deck. We didn't realize there would be a secret door, or shall I say, passageway.
A door into the dirty old murder cellar that was a haunted inn?
Yeah, probably the way the killer got in and out.
You better watch out with this over here. It's like, honestly, it's not connected at all. So after we get all the deck boards off, we're gonna check the entire frame and make sure it's sturdy and safe. Because if the support structure underneath is rotten, look out. This is gonna be a much bigger job than I thought. We know this is one of the more messed up areas.
Yeah.
So here we found rotting joists. You can see this, not much to this at all, and nor this one. These joists are made of fir. Fir is a great thing for building joists under a covered porch. They've probably been here since the 30s. So we're gonna have to see how much of this is damaged, and we're hoping for less rather than more. A lot of it does look okay, but we gotta fix all this stuff and cover it with a membrane so it lasts a long time.
Adding a waterproof membrane is one of our favorite tricks, but that comes later. With the membrane and a handful of new timbers, it'll be as good as new, or rather, as good as old.
I think this place is unique because we're keeping this old structure. I could replace it with something that is stronger, better, and newer, but we're actually just trying to keep the heritage, and we're trying to retain as much of the old stuff as we can. We even want the decking to look like it's been there for a long time. Now we're at the point where we can start taking the weight off of these posts. We're going to remove the posts so that we can level and see what's going on with this outer beam. So let's get our hard hats on just in case anything falls on our valuable melons. So we're going to put a plank down, put some temporary beams in just to take the support of this roof so that we can remove the pillars. So let's put this in and see how we're doing for height here. So yeah, there you go. Oh, actually it's got to go onto the beam. Having Kyle here is nothing but a pleasure. Making sure the roof is supported while we remove the posts is pretty critical. Otherwise, it could come crashing down on our heads. Now, it takes muscle to do this, but you also don't want to wreck all the wood by just smashing it, so Sonia's gonna like this porch.
Hope so.
It's made of love.
Creepy haunted love.
We'll cut this one at 92. Make sure you don't have the battery on it when you're doing this, just in case your finger slips. Don't mess this up, Sonia might hate you.
All right.
I really want this done to surprise my mother-in-law when she comes up at the end of the week. So it's gonna be some long days.
Easy with that, that's heritage.
Today we're in Port Sydney, Ontario, rebuilding the porch on my mother-in-law's 100-year-old cottage. It's a building that used to be the town's inn. She's in the city all week, and I'm gonna make this a surprise. I gotta have this done before she gets back up here on Friday. Now that we got our temporary posts in, we're gonna strip off some more of the outside of this and see if we have any more rot or if we're good to go. Screws are buried in here, it's hard to take it off, so I'm just gonna set the blade depth to 1.5 inches to the depth of this, cut it into a bunch of small pieces, and then it's gonna be easier to take out. This is some old fir lumber, and the fir is really good outdoors, but this has obviously been taking the most of the abuse because it's on the edge of the porch. The water just sits here because the deck boards kind of hold it there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put on a new perimeter joist. We're gonna put a membrane over it so that the water won't be allowed to cool up here.
One thing you have to factor in on every reno is that you have to get rid of the old material, and it can be time consuming and also costly.
At least it's a really nice drive. If you're gonna be under pressure, it might as well be in Muskoka. We're just passing the falls right now. I used to come to the falls when I was a kid, and when I was looking for a house, I found a house right next to the falls. We bought it on New Year's Day, and it's been a dream come true ever since. It's just me tonight. I'm gonna try and do as much as I can on my own to try and get all the fancy stuff figured out. No dinner breaks, no lunch breaks, no sleeping breaks. You know, the things you do for your mother-in-law. It's a hell of a lot easier when she's here making your meals. Well, it's been a pretty long day of deck discovery. We've been finding all sorts of rot and all sorts of improper building, and just a lot of patching that we have to do before we can put this baby back together. There's only 2 days left until my mother-in-law returns, and I want the surprise to be ready for her. The only problem is my brother-in-law is nowhere to be seen. I guess that's what you get for hiring family. I could really use a third hand, even if it was a ghost. Can you grab that for me? Just kidding, no one's here. You can rock and roll by yourself. Unfortunately, this blade couldn't cut warm butter at this point. So these little blocks are gonna support the refurbished pillar. Kyle was a little late, but he showed up. He brought me an empty coffee, made me want to kick his ass.
Oh yeah, sorry, it was a long drive. Mind just disposing of those though? Thanks.
That's my mother-in-law's son. I'm all right with that. I'm gonna kick his ass all day at work, so it's probably even. So much easier with 2 people.
All right, now that I got some extra hands, we're gonna start working on all the perimeter joists around the entire structure. See, this deck, the joists actually go, you know, with the structure. We have beams below, come from the house all the way out. The pillar sits on the beams. The beams were all in good shape. So we're just replacing whatever joist we have to.
Who did the math here? So I'm about to change this blade on the saw here. I'm gonna give it one last useful mission, and that's to cut this roll roofing so that we can put it over our joists that are gonna be getting wet a lot. So what we got here is a little bit of asphalt shingling, basically. It's got a sticky side. You peel this off, and it'll stick onto the top of the joist. Hey, Grandpa knows to do this. From pulling old decks apart, you find that like the sides of the joists are fine and it's only rotten where the water pools up on top. So this way we're eliminating that will even happen. Plus we're using the granuled type, so what that'll do is create a little bit of drainage so that it can drain underneath the bottoms of the deck boards as well. So that'll hopefully make them last longer too. Decks are like mother-in-laws. You have to protect them so that they last a long, long time. There is a lot of decking left to replace. Probably too much for just me and Kyle. Maybe tomorrow the ghosts will lend us a hand. What was supposed to be just a jack up, put a couple new concrete pads and some deck boards turned into a complete can of worms. Every job we do is always pressure. You know, whether it's mother-in-law and you need her love, or whether it's like a tenant has to move into a place, or whether, you know, a cottager needs to celebrate a wedding that weekend. Like every time there's like some real deadline. Just when I thought I had taken on more than I could handle on my own, the boys showed up.
Guys, I love you.
You know, sometimes when you're alone in the woods, you whisper to nature and your call is answered. And the boys showed up in the nick of time.
You know, I think he planned to tackle this alone. You know, it was a quick just remove the deck and replace. But upon removing the deck, it looks like he's bitten off a little more than he can chew.
This porch wraps around 3 sides of the building. That's a lot of decking, and that also exposed a lot of rotten framing.
I'm trying to stay ahead with the framing. You know, that's the part that was unexpected, so I'm gonna try and stay ahead. And then the rest of the crew can sort of help a bit with that.
How's it going, you guys?
Oh, it's going great so far. Got her all jacked up, ready to go.
Cool. You're going good. You do good work, guys. 2 more to go.
2 more to go.
So if my mother-in-law asked me to come in and do her deck in the middle of summer, which is the busiest time of the year for us, I would kindly refer her to somebody else.
1 joist to go, and then we can start decking. So now we're gonna set a line to show where the front of the deck's gonna go. We're measuring basically 100 inches from the house out to the face of this. I'm gonna put a string at the corner of our deck there, run it all the way down to the other corner so that we can always reference where we're going. So the guys are working putting the perimeter decking on. That means that we can sit our columns back down on top of that. We're also starting to put the decking on the deck from that end, so that will be getting finished soon. I'm going to start cutting these posts down to the actual height that they're going to be at. All right, Willie's bringing the posts. We got the decking done up to the post, so we're ready to put this in. Once we get close, reference with the top, and just make sure the post is... That's great. 1 down, 10 to go. You know, if Sonia drove in right now, it would depend on what side she came in on, right? If she came in on the east side, she'd be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's the same porch. But if she came in on the west side, she would be nervous and I would be in trouble. We got about 6 hours left until the mother-in-law comes back, and I want to surprise her by having this porch done. She wasn't expecting it done until the end of the summer. It turned out to be a way bigger job than I'd thought.
Then we decked. Oh, did we deck? Oh, did we deck?
This is a big wraparound porch on an old Muskoka inn, and we found out the entire frame was rotted out. And then having people that know how to put the structure back together and make it safe and make it sturdy, I think Sonia's really gonna like it. 5 days ago, this porch was falling apart. It was so slanted the stuff was rolling into the garden, and the barbecue was nearly falling through the rotting wood. It's a century-old building, and it deserves to be looked after.
Oh my goodness, oh Colin, I can't believe it. It's so beautiful. You worked so hard. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I'm so excited. I lost my shoes.
That is a wonderful mother-in-law. I lost your shoes here.
Crazy or what?
Is this the one?
I feel like Cinderella.
I know how this place is sort of dragged on. We've been wanting to get this done for a while, so we just put the pressure on and got it done really quick.
I just can't believe it's the same place. The posts are in the right place, everything, no sloping. The chairs don't look like they're gonna fall into the flower bed. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't wait to have a party.
So you feel better about seeing it? One less thing that we have to worry about?
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Sweet.
Excited to see all the things that you've done.
Well, a lot of the things that we did, you probably actually won't be able to see because they're underneath all this, which was what we weren't really expecting. I knew it was rotten near the edge, but then when we started peeling it back, the rot went further than we thought. We ended up replacing like 90% of the understructure.
Wow. I like the way you did around underneath too. That's fabulous. No more animals going under there.
We were able to cut all the posts at the same height. So now when you look at it from the road, even not only the deck looks straighter, but even the line of the roof looks a lot straighter.
It looks like it's always been here, and of course the more use it's going to get, the better it's going to feel and look.
So now that we've built a beautiful place outside, hopefully the ghosts will move out of the basement and onto the porch.
Goodness, it smells nice too. I really like this detail right here where the points come in. This makes it really, really interesting, not just boards leaning up against boards.
Well, I take credit for it, but that's the way it was in 1920. We tried to keep everything exactly as it was. You know, posts, decking, we wanted it to look like it's been here for a long time.
Oh my God, the barbecue's not slanted.
No, it's not a danger barbecue now.
Oh, thank goodness. Boy, I'm gonna have fun barbecuing now and not worrying about it going down through the deck. I just can't thank you enough. I just don't know what I'm going to have to do to thank you. Maybe make you dinner tonight, take you out drinking, something.
I'll take all the above.
All right,
What do you
sounds
think?
good. Looking at it from the road, it looks like it's just part of the house. It's been here forever, and it's finished the perfect picture for me. It's a perfect picture.
I need like a gazebo. If it could be a party house too, and you could change it into a bedroom after, that would be fantastic.
Come, Shimhound, come! Power windows. That's it.
Wow! Is that ever nice?
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today we're in Port Sydney, Ontario, just south of Huntsville, trying to help out my buddy Gord. He's a cottager with a very common problem.
We need more space. We've been coming up here, our friends come up, we get more and more friends. We need something more. Our cottage is just too small now.
He needs more space for one very simple reason.
Lots of parties, oh yeah. Too much partying sometimes. I need like a gazebo.
Gord's calling it a gazebo, but what he's really describing is more like a bunkie. And not just any bunkie, he wants the ultimate cottage party shack.
I'd love it to have a fridge. I'd love it to have a TV, king-size bed, maybe something that switches from a bed to couches. You know, maybe a little bar, bring it out, put it by the fire. Everybody sits around the fire. You know what I mean?
Gord has one other requirement. You see, he's not so big on the paperwork, and he'd rather not go to the township and get a building permit. The secret to avoiding that step is to keep it small.
This is just something that we can plop kind of anywhere as long as it's far enough from the property lines. You got to check your own rules in your neighborhood, but generally anything under 108 square feet you don't need a permit for in Ontario.
This is going to be unlike anything I've ever built before. The base will be a 10 by 10 square. The first 3 walls are going to be pretty standard, but the front is going to be a big garage door that opens up and becomes an awning. Inside we'll have couches that can fold out and become beds. It's going to be fun to use, and hopefully, for me, fun to build.
So one of the good things about this project is that you can basically build it out of whatever lumber you have. I could just have a pile of wood that's kind of scraps and leftovers from other jobs, so what better place than to put them than a small party bunkie palace?
Since it's so small, I don't have to turn Gord's cottage into a work site. I'm gonna build the party shack right here on my mother-in-law's front lawn. Once it's done, we'll truck it over to Gord's place and blow his mind.
So we have our deck frame built now, and now we're just gonna start our decking. I'm just gonna do a little bit of a border at the front, so when you walk in, there's one board going this way and then the boards run off. So we need this here just to support that ends of the board.
Using a nail gun makes driving 3 1/4 inch nails super easy. Accuracy? That depends on the operator.
Wow, that's like 4 misses in a row. Some wise guy put a nail and it didn't actually hit wood. So rather than wrecking this piece, we're not gonna try and bang it out or anything like that. I'm just gonna take a grinder and I'm gonna cut it off. One tip for when you're doing woodwork and you're trying to screw a little piece of wood into a bigger piece of wood, often this would split when you try and put a nail in it. So what we use is a countersink bit that has a little pilot bit and also a wider kind of bit for the head to sink into. And just put a couple, countersink a couple little holes here so that we don't split the wood when we try and screw this in, and that'll make sure that our corner is aligned and that it doesn't twist as the wood dries.
Little tricks are going to be key in this build because this is a little project. We have to make use of every inch of this 10 by 10 platform.
What we got to figure out is how we're going to have 2 families sleep in here. We need to have an island, we need to have booze stored in here, a television, an awning, a loft, All in this area here? It's crazy like that. But you can have fun here. Wah! The boys have been working away on the walls, so now we're gonna stand them up. This is the back wall. Are you flush there, Simon?
Yep.
Well, you guys don't mess around. Okay, you want to do the center and I'll bow it in. Okay, make sure it's flush. And then we'll just build it square. So that's perfect.
Good to go?
Yep. Now this big hole in the wall may look like nothing, but it's actually built for a window that I found in the garbage. Who would throw that window out? This is the type of place now where you can put rakes, shovels, and maybe a lawn tractor, but that's not what we're building this for. We're building it for a party and for a family. So we need to be able to put seating in here. We need to build a coffee table that's gonna hold all the entertainment stuff, and we're gonna have to have an island which holds booze. Now I'm planning out the built-in seating for the bunkie that will also double as a big, huge bed. So knowing the height that I want everything, knowing the depth that I want the couches, and then knowing how thick the pillow is so that I know how big the top is, knowing where to hinge it. There's a lot to think about in here and a lot to kind of make it be a double purpose thing. So I'm gonna start out by getting all my pieces cut. Now we got all the pieces of plywood cut. I'm gonna start assembling the benches. They're gonna fit right tight from wall to wall. Gonna come out just over 2 feet. Gonna create sort of a U-shaped thing with built-in storage.
While I'm working on the inside, the boys are working on the outside.
What we're doing here is just building our own screen doors. All we did was just make some 2x4s and rip them and put this nice little channel in here so we could put our beading in to hold the screen in, and Bob's your uncle, we were done.
Hey, do you like party bunkies and singing? I think he likes it.
Gord is one of my buddies. He's famous for having big parties.
Lots of parties. Oh yeah, too much partying sometimes.
What he doesn't have is a big cottage.
I got people sleeping on my floor. I got air mattresses all over the place.
So I'm building him the ultimate party shack. A gazebo / bunkie that'll give him room to have fun and sleeping space for the people that can't drive home.
What we're trying to get out of this thing is we're trying to get a gazebo. So we want seating in a screened in area just for hanging out. Then what we want to do is we want to have it so that you can open the thing up and it becomes a pavilion. And it uses all the space around the place so that it holds the stereo, it keeps things out of the rain. It's also storage for, you can put all your water sports stuff in there when you're not there. What we're going to do now is work on our awning. It's going to cover this whole area here, steel roofing with a lightweight frame that's going to hinge right there, flip up, and then you're going to have this much area right here to entertain. So I've got the framing material here to build our awning / door. And I'm gonna go lay it out on the lawn. This and some used roofing is gonna make this bunkie really, really cool.
The most important tool in your whole toolbox is your measuring tape.
Take a measurement of the door here.
Even though you planned it out beforehand, even though you measured and cut the wood yourself, you still have to go back and remeasure things every step of the way.
And our minimum here.
You have to keep track of all the little changes, or else you'll finish the job and find out your door is too big for the door frame.
10 by 7.5. 7.5 high, 10 feet wide. Oops. 7'4". Excuse me, Mr. Puppy, you're gonna have to move.
We'll build the awning line flat on the lawn and then attach it once it's complete.
So we're using a 2x8 for the hinge side, which is gonna be at the top of the thing. So it's gonna act as a big shutter. The hinge is gonna mount here. The other side's gonna mount right to the beam. And then that's gonna just let us hinge this whole thing up. We're gonna use a boat crank to crank it so that you just have to go to the side of the building, up a pulley, crank it up, and all of a sudden the party is ready to go. Love shack, baby. Tin roof, rusted. Nice lady in town, her roof was leaking. And so she let me have the siding for $100. So I had enough to do my entire garage, and now we're building a bunkie with it. It's good value.
The pieces are different shapes and sizes, so we lay them out on top of the frame and cover it the best we can. Then we screw it down and cut off the edges.
Whenever you're done your art, I'll give that a chop. All right, we're gonna grab the loft and we're gonna put it in. You could store lots of stuff up there, like beds, pillows, blankets, children, single ladies. Beautiful. Wish I had one of these when I was a kid or a grown-up. Hey, it's time to raise the roof. You guys okay? Yeah. Keep an eye on it? Yeah. You're good? Can we walk it in or? Oh, there we go. It's hard working by the beach when everybody's having fun and you gotta work. So where are you? Are you passing two studs?
I'm in the center of this wall, so we can go your way.
Okay, so let's try and line it up with the edge of the wall.
Okay.
How you doing there?
I'm about an inch in on this wall.
Okay, cool. Party time.
Yesterday we started building a 10 by 10 foot party shack for my buddy Gord. It's part gazebo, part bunkie. Call it Bunkzebo or Gazunkie, whichever you prefer.
Well, Colin's been pretty secretive about all this, and I don't know what to expect. I'm really excited about it. I hope that it's everything that I want.
Today we're going to be doing a lot of stuff. We're going to start with doing a lot of the trim on the outside of the place. We're going to build the island. We're going to paint the place. We're going to get some paint slopped on the walls. We're going to finish off the built-in seating.
Yesterday, after we got the gable up, Colin decided we should have a window in it. So I guess we got to cut out a hole and install a nice window so that it looks a lot nicer. Here you go, Simon.
Thank you, Willie.
While the guys finish the upstairs window, Donnie and I are going to install the one on the main floor. It's a beautiful piece of glass I found in the trash.
With this, like, we're trying to get as much light into it and make it as open as we can for as little money as possible.
Well,
so free windows and making our own screen doors, that's one way, Donnie. You know, you could have dusted it off before you brought it for the install, you know?
You know what, Colin?
I think it goes the other, yeah. You gotta rotate it, brah.
Are you sure this is the way?
No, it's actually the other way. You see, you can always learn from even the student if you have an open mind. That is the way. Okay, hang on. Okay, so hold it there for a sec. Okay, let's just put a couple shims in the bottom.
Shims are thin pieces of wood that we use to make things that aren't level, level.
I need a shim! Come, shim hound, come! Good, shim shiminy, come, uh-oh. Hey, Look, some of us are by the hour here, okay? This is not union. All right, so are we good? We're in line there, Donnie? Okay, that's good. Check for alignment.
It looks rough now, but once it's filled with caulking and covered with window trim, it'll look just like the windows in your house.
Wow, that's good stuff. So what we're working on now is the party island. So I went and I measured how big the fridge is. So I kind of got to build a box around it. And we also want to have enough room for 3 people to sit at the front of it and people to be able to mingle at the side of it. So it just kind of creates a kitchen environment. I'm going to just kind of draw it up and make sure that I've double checked and cross-referenced, and then we're going to get building. So we're building the frame for the party island here. It's just going to be made out of some 2x2, mirror image of a frame like this, and then plywood on the top, wheels on the bottom, a nice big top, and we're going to be ready to party.
While I'm building the island, the rest of the crew is busy finishing off the trim and starting to paint the walls.
I think the toughest part in building this is just the amount of time that it takes to do. You know, it seems like, well, it's only 10 by 10, but everything is custom, so everything takes a long time, and it's just the amount of work that gets done. It's not the size, it's the quantity of work that's happening within the small space. So this is basically the party island, where you've just got a small room, so the fridge will go on that side, and we've got storage for glasses and whatever else you need, napkins and, you know, bartender type stuff. Baby. Things are progressing really well. We got the windows in, we got the trim on, we got the island almost done. It's looking really good, and it's starting to look like a bunkie. I see people are actually slowing down. What are they doing there?
Looks good.
Thanks a lot.
This is a gazebo / bunkie that we're building for my buddy Gord. We're calling it the Party Shack, but truthfully, if you use your imagination, it can be whatever you want it to be.
Knowing Colin, he's gonna go over the top. It's gonna be beautiful.
3 days ago, we started with a flat piece of grass on my mother-in-law's front lawn. We built a 10 by 10 platform and did a little dancing.
There's really not that much space here.
Then we put up the walls, installed a loft, attached a giant front door that converts into an awning, and put in some windows.
Power windows.
Now it's time to tear it all down, bring it to Gord's cottage, and put it to use.
We've already got a bunch of people invited over, and we're excited to see this thing. We're gonna party up hard. I'm telling you, we're gonna do this up right.
Once we get to the other place, we'll get the walls set up, we'll get the gables put in, then we have to frame the roof, and we got a lot of finishing to do. We built a lot of this out of used material, so it's got to get painted. We got to wire this thing, we're putting a TV in, we're building a surround system. We're going to put the amp and receiver into the coffee table, which also doubles as a support to span for when we fold the seating down and turn it into a bed. Well, I think Gord's going to be able to get a lot of miles out of this thing.
A week ago, all we had was a pile of scrap materials and a plan. Now it's time to find out what Gord thinks of the ultimate party shack.
Wow! Is that ever nice? It's gorgeous.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Wow, I love the window. The awning's great.
It's old school.
It's a bar.
Yeah, you got a fridge in there.
Yeah, I can see this. I can see a party going on here for sure. This looks great. Oh, look at the wood. I love it. That's old school. Very old school.
Mixing the old with the new.
I'm thinking party out here, and the people that get too drunk are gonna stay out here. And it holds my weight, no problem. Oh yeah. I could see sleeping here.
Might happen.
Yeah, not in the doghouse anymore.
Check her out. You can fit a lot of things up there.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of space up here. It's great.
Gord didn't want to get a permit. We were restricted to a 10 by 10 building, basically, 108 square feet. So we did the most we could with that, and the way that we really kind of exploited that is the awning. What that does is it adds another, 8 feet to the front of your building. And it also just kind of centralizes everything. The screen doors on the side fold back so that it actually feels like a much bigger space that you got outside. All right, Gord. So the cool thing about the TV is that it comes out, right? And then, if you want to watch a movie and you want to be outside, kind of in the gazebo setting, you just pop her in here. 2 plugs. And then the other thing is, if you're outside and you want to watch the hockey game or whatever, you got your buddies around, you can flip this around. And all of a sudden you're able to kind of hang out in like a bar type setting and just watch it.
That's ingenious. Excellent. There's things there that I didn't expect. The storage, the loft, the extra touches with the wood. My friends are gonna love it. I'm loving it already. I can't wait to watch a hockey game by the fire with the boys. They're gonna think that I'm extra special. They're gonna have to treat me really nice to come and hang out here with me, I'll tell you.
It's one of the saddest docks I've seen.
These boards are got to be 20 years old.
Want to set it down?
There, I got her. Man, that went together fast.
Holy.
I knew.
Look at that.
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today we're on Sturgeon Lake in the Kawarthas, a beautiful lake district just 2 hours from the big city. What's not so beautiful is Brian and Michelle's dock.
It's basically a couple 2x4s with a couple 4x4s on top.
The old dock is unsafe and unsturdy, and we have to be really careful with the kids, so it's got to go.
They've got 3 sons, and they're growing up fast.
Oh, little doggy.
So last month, they upsized from a smaller cabin down the road to this new, bigger cottage.
We went from 900 square feet with a 1,000 square foot deck to a big enough cottage inside, but not near the space outside.
The lakefront area is definitely a problem when we got the cottage. It had mega stumps, there was trees falling down.
So we brought in excavators, we've dug everything out. It took us months to get the permit. So once we got that sorted and we moved along, got it cleared out, and we're on our way to happy now.
The missing ingredient in their new waterfront is a dock that's sturdy enough for their eldest son's new toy.
Max got his first boat this year, and we just have nowhere to park it.
There's one more challenge with this job. It's the end of the season, and the weather's getting sketchy.
The quicker we get it in, the better, because the snow will be coming soon.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
Nice to meet you, Brian.
Nice to meet you.
Michelle.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Good.
So that's your dock.
Awesome, eh?
Awesome.
That's it. She's a beaut.
Yeah, could use a little work. So the dock wasn't a selling feature when you decided to buy this, I see.
Definitely not. its back's been broken, so it's...
Poor old. We're going to have to put a bolt in her.
Should we see if this thing holds us? Or?
Sure, might as well. Let's go.
I'll go first.
Any electronics in your pocket?
These boards are got to be 20 years old.
Yeah. Sturgeon Lake is a large body of moving water.
That adds a very specific requirement for Brian and Michelle's new dock.
We need it to come in and out of the water, because up here in the Kawarthas, most people take their docks out in winter.
You have like a lot of water and possibly ice floating through here too.
Definitely.
I have a pretty good idea of what we need here. You want something lightweight so that you can pull it in and out of the water. If you're gonna have to do that, then you want it to be manageable. You want it to be fast to assemble, fast to install each year, and you want it to be the right size and extend as far as you want it to be. When deciding what type of dock to put in front of your cottage, you have to decide a few things. What type of dock is going to last the longest? What type of dock do you need? Do you need one that's going to come in and out? Do you want one that you never have to touch, like you just build it and then it stays in the water all year long? Really, one of the best things to do is talk to your neighbors and see what's working for the people on your lake, even on your side of the lake. Having a sandy lake bottom and having the fact that there's like a lot of ice moving around here, it's a canal system, so there's a lot of flowing ice. You're going to want to pull the dock out every year here.
When ice is combined with moving water, massive ice flows can batter your dock like a runaway bulldozer. All the conditions are telling me one of my custom wooden docks isn't going to work here. This is a job for a metal pole dock. A pole dock, as you might guess, is supported by poles. Those poles sit on the lake bottom, and a plastic and metal deck is bolted on top of them. Then the entire structure is tethered down by big chunks of concrete that stay in the water year-round, while the rest of the dock goes in and out in 5 easy pieces. Pole docks can come in kits, and then you can put them together yourself.
We've designed the whole system so that it's light enough that 2 people can actually pick up each section and carry it out of the water easily without hurting themselves.
For this project, I've decided to get a dock from Canada Docks. The biggest advantage with these guys is we can get one on really short notice. That's because they build them just down the road. Normally I build docks out of wood. Crib docks, floating docks, heck, I've even done wooden docks supported by poles.
So this is the entire dock. This is a 4x8 foot dock right here.
Yep, it's a full framework.
This aluminum and stainless steel kit is so simple, they don't even need a contractor like me to put it together.
It's so lightweight, eh?
Yeah. The aluminum is perfect for this.
I'm always up for learning new stuff, so I'm going to stick around and have Gord, the head tech dude from Canada Docks, show me how it all goes together. We're going to build each section of the dock here on land. It's nice to have that option because if this was a crib dock, we'd be waist deep in a lake right now, nailing timbers. Not a fun thing to do in October.
The bolts have to go through there, so make sure that this isn't crossing that hole. Okay, next one is get the feet on. So grab a foot, slide it on the end and put the bolt through.
Set it and forget it.
Right now we're going to fasten the panels to the dock legs, which are basically part of the structure of the dock. Start off by just putting a bolt through, making sure that the knobs are pointing inward. We'll grab a leg over there. So we'll have a 4-foot panel across here. Okay. Next step is grab the straps and we'll put the horizontal braces down, and this holds the dock square and stabilizes the dock. So let's tighten it. Tighten it all up.
How tight should we go with these?
Basically, when you see the washer flatten out, that's as far as you have to go. The feet can stay loose just so they can adjust to the bottom's profile. Once the dock is sitting down on the bottom, there's nothing there really to loosen the nuts off.
That goes together really fast, wow.
3 guys working for an hour, and we've got the basic structure of a 4x8 foot dock assembled. A wooden crib dock that size would have taken us half the week. Now the question is, can we build 4 more just like it and install them in the water before Brian and Michelle can come back up to their cottage tomorrow.
Michelle and Brian have bought a wonderful new cottage for their family. Their 3 kids are enjoying it like crazy, but their old dock, it's really ruining their lakefront.
It's a great cottage. We're happy to be here. We just have the dock is a major obstacle, so it'd be excellent for us and our family for next summer to have a new dock.
Their current dock has been beat up by the ice every winter and fast-flowing water every spring. Now they want something that's lightweight that can be lifted out of the lake each fall. Even a floating dock would be too heavy for Brian and his boys to move on their own. So I'm building them a pole dock.
So we're relying on Colin to help us out, and if he can find us something that's better or sturdier and more resilient in the summer months, that'd be great.
It's late in the season, but so far today the weather has been great. Gord from Canada Docks has been walking us through the steps of building a pole dock. So far we've assembled the frame and attached the legs for a 4-foot by 8-foot section.
The next step is to add the joists to it to support the through-flow decking. Okay. And with that we measure 16-inch centers. Yep. That's what the through-flow requires for support underneath. Yep. And basically it all gets screwed to the decking, to the actual framework, and basically that's all your support underneath for your decking.
We've only got 1 box left, so
that's right. We're running out of parts.
Can't be joists in here, can there? Aluminum joist installation. What is the life expectancy of this?
Probably 30, 40 years plus, because everything is plastic or aluminum or stainless steel. So really, as far as longevity goes,
yeah, like the aluminum, nothing's really happening to it.
Not much better than aluminum in the water, especially in fresh water. It's corrosion resistant, and this is marine grade aluminum as well. So it's great for many, many years. Okay, first joists to go in are the bottom ones. They basically sit over top of these holes. Right here, there's a series of 3 holes right here. Yep. Goes in the middle hole. Next, we have the 8-foot joists. They're the last pieces to go in for the structure of the dock. They just slide in like this on our marks, our 16-inch centers. And again, we clamp them and screw them through. So just wiggle them around there till they're aligned up. Okay, your last and final step is adding the decking.
It shouldn't be too tough.
Nope. Fasten this end down here, and then if this needs to be adjusted over here, it will flex around because the aluminum is so flexible, we can just pull it wherever we need to. Start off square, and then you can continue the same way all the way down. Yeah. Basically like laying tile. These inserts will go in the corner, right above the leg. Because it's a miter joint there, there's no material there to screw into. Yep. But when you add that to it, it helps draw everything down.
Okay, well there's 1 down, but how many of these we got? We got 5 in total?
5 in total.
5 in total? Okay, well we better start getting on her now that we know how to do it, because they're coming up tomorrow and they need a dock.
Let's do it.
All right.
Today we're on Sturgeon Lake in Ontario's Kawartha region. We're building a dock for a family that just bought their dream cottage.
We did a whole reno inside, and it really turned out good, and it's the way we wanted it.
The old dock is unsafe and unsturdy, and we have to be really careful with the kids.
And they really want to get that just taken care of, so when they come up here next year, all they have to do is put the dock in the water and enjoy the summer.
Because it's a big lake with moving water and a sandy bottom, we've opted for an aluminum pole dock. It'll be lightweight and easy to pull out of the lake every fall. The pole dock comes in a kit and gets assembled section by section. It's the middle of the afternoon and we've already got all 5 of the parts of Brian and Michelle's new dock assembled. Now we have to put them in the water and anchor them in place.
How's that look, boss man?
Perfect.
Awesome. All right, well, let's get these things in the water.
So far we've been able to do everything on dry land, but now it's time to get wet. Not the most fun thing to do when it's October.
Wow, this water's cold.
Yeah, you notice it when you get up to about this level.
The sections are light, but it's still a 3-man job to maneuver them into position and adjust the legs so that they're level.
There's at least 2 inches not taking space up.
Here, you do yours first, and then we'll swing it over.
Okay, now we can carry that one down the ramp.
Good? Yep, I'm good.
Sometimes, however, the lake isn't as deep as you thought. We've overestimated the slope of the lake bed. We're 8 feet from shore and it's not as deep as we expected. That means a section of the dock is sitting too high out of the water, even with the legs pulled up all the way.
We got 2 high legs.
How much so?
Fair bit. If we just cut some off the pole, will it be enough or no?
Do we have a tape measure handy? So we can figure out the difference, and then if the difference is less than the pole, then we can just nip it off the pole.
We use the surface of the lake as a level. We want the entire dock to be 10 inches above the water.
So I'll just see if we have the distance there. 10 inches. Yeah, it's too much. So let's swap the leg out. Okay. 16.
The solution is to pull the whole section out of the water and replace the legs with shorter ones.
Yep, we're there.
This is the locking pin that holds the dock from lifting out of the cradle. Just wiggle this in a little bit. Line the holes up. Just like so. Done.
Perfect.
For the rest of the sections, we'll put in the shorter legs before we put them in the water.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, now
In the fall, they'll do the same thing in reverse and take each section out one at a time. The legs will all be set at the proper length, so it should be even quicker for them.
down a little bit. Right there, perfect. Okay. Let's go get one more.
Can the whole thing come to you? Can you like just bring the dock down that way?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good anyways. Ready? Perfect. That's so easy. All right, now that we got all our platforms in, what's the next step?
Well, the very last step is to put anchors down. Basically, a few anchors down to stabilize the dock. This will help with any high water levels or any kind of unevenness of the dock, if there is any, in the very end. So this will stabilize everything.
Okay, how much are we talking here?
Each weight will weigh 155 pounds, and we're going to use 6 on this dock.
Okay.
Because the water isn't that deep here, it doesn't really need a ton of weights.
Ooh. Last nut?
Awesome.
You have the honors, please. Man, that went together fast. Kid's even got a place to tie up his boat. And now I guess the legs are all at the same height too. When they go to put it in next year, like it's even that is faster, right?
Very little adjustment.
And you just leave the weights right here. That kind of shows you where to put the dock.
Yep.
Now I was a little nervous when we started dealing with it. I'm used to building my own docks and I know what I can do in a day. But when we're dealing with, you know, getting a dock that's in a kit, I didn't really know how long it was going to take. And luckily, it went together really fast.
And here we are. There's time for a beer, and the dock is in and done and ready for the family tomorrow.
Two days ago, Brian, Michelle, and their kids were stuck with a dirty, dilapidated, dangerous dock.
It's one of the saddest docks I've seen.
They've got a sandy bottom lake and a lot of ice floating around every spring, so they need something they can pull out of the water each fall. We built them a brand new pole dock. We also saved them time and money. A traditional wood crib dock this size would have taken a couple weeks to build and cost at least 3 times as much.
So we got the pole dock done just in the nick of time. The weather's starting to take a turn for the worse. Family's on their way up. Brian and Michelle are going to be pretty happy to see their new dock, I think.
The boys can't wait to see this. Max is so excited to have somewhere to dock his boat. It's going to be great.
Holy.
A new dock!
Look at that.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey Colin, how you doing?
Good.
That is fantastic.
It's a dock.
Look at that.
Awesome. It's a dock you can walk on.
Yeah, you can park your boat at it. You can do backflips off of it. It's a little shallow, maybe not advised.
What do you think? Is that going to fit your boat?
That should fit.
Owen, can you dive off it?
Yep.
Holy. Have a herd of elephants on here. Wow. That is gorgeous. Look at that. It's got the cleats. That is amazing. You can see you guys jumping right off of there. Very nice, Colin. What do you think, buddy? Oh, there, you're gonna sit down.
Even he can relax knowing that he's safe. So each year when you have to remove these things, they're really lightweight. Like we were lifting up the big sections, just 2 guys.
You think you guys can pick this up and carry it out with me?
Yes.
What about you, Colin? Can you pick it up?
You could probably lift one end.
Yeah,
They're really
you can
lightweight.
lift it.
He looks pretty tough.
You
too.
got all the muscle.
If you're happy with the location of it, you just leave the legs right where they are, unhook the anchors, leave the anchors where they are, then you kind of remember where the dock is because the anchors are there. And you just unclip each section, pull it out, put it on shore safely, and then when you go to put it in next year, the legs are all set at the right height. To set it once, it's like set it and forget it.
It's great to have the outside now for the cottage is done. It's the dock's in. It's going to be great next year.
We can use the outside. We were so limited last year. We spent most of the summer working inside and we couldn't use the dock and it was limited, so we're really, really excited.
I think the new dock was a great success. Exactly what the family was looking for. It's going to do all the things they need. They can park their boat at it, they can have their entire family on it, and it's manageable.
It's a great system. It's sturdy. The water just falls right through. He's got the mesh top on it and it won't rot, and it'll be good for 20, maybe 30 years now. One more thing we got to do, Colin.
What's that?
Get rid of that beast.
I can help with that. Let's do it. Well, the old dock came out almost as easy as the new dock went in. This is probably the easiest job I've ever done in my entire life, and I'm out of here.
My daughter went right down through there, and she was incapacitated for over a month. Have you had your tetanus shot?
Yes, I'm up to date.
Okay, good man.
Gladys there. Goodbye, Danger Day.
Oh my gosh, Colin!
What a girl.
You're the
Thank you
best.
so much. I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage.
This is the view that's been bringing Patrice to her cottage for 5 years. It's a simple cabin she shares with her daughter and her grandkids.
My family has just had so much fun here, and you know, cottages bring families together. That's what they do.
The deck should be the focus of the whole cottage, a place where they can relax and drink in the gorgeous view of the river.
I really want it to be a focal point in the yard because the yard is so pretty just because of the size. I need to be able to entertain, have my family in a safe place, safe environment.
Safe is the last word you'd use to describe her current deck. It's literally rotting away beneath their feet. In fact, it's already sent 2 people to the hospital.
Oh my God, well, first of all, I went through it first, and I know what it did to me, and how painful and scary that is.
The next year, her daughter fell through the rotting boards and was on crutches for a month.
I was carrying this recycling bin to the edge of the deck to put it into the shed, and literally as I'm carrying it along, I just fell right through the deck, right up to my waist. Terrible. I'm sure they could hear the scream on the other side of the water. It was awful.
It was really nasty, and I have 2 little grandchildren. I mean, just that would have been the end had either one of them gone through.
I'm here to put an end to this dangerous deck's reign of terror.
Okay, now when you come through, stay on this part because there's a beam under here.
Okay.
So it's at least safe right here.
Oh, this is pretty old.
And it wasn't done with any spectacular wood, as you can tell. What happened was we had the original eaves trough up here, and it had cracked and broken. So for years, the water, prior to me purchasing the cottage, the water would drip down and down and down. So all of those boards along that side are in fact all rotted.
Right.
So a couple of years ago, I went through, you can see, have you had your tetanus shot?
Yes, I'm up to date.
Okay, good man. Because
you need it with this deck.
I went through it and couldn't walk for 3 weeks.
Oh no.
I know. If I could torch it, that would be great, but
yeah, the cottage
I have
is
too much invested over here.
It's a very wooden cottage.
It's a very wooden cottage. So what we're looking for here then would be a 2-tier deck. Upper tier comes out 10 feet. A couple of steps down to a same size deck, but coming out 12 feet here. Please no railings. If that's possible, it would be great not to have any railings at all. Great view here down to the water. We don't want to obstruct anything. So I think that about does it, unless you can kind of sneak in a really nice pergola too. This is the 50
Patrice has one other unique request.
A dear friend of mine who hasn't actually vacationed in over a decade because she has such severe mobility issues. I was wondering if there's some way of putting not a ramp here, but maybe low-rise steps. That way,
you can work your way up nice and slow without.
That's right, and make it have a cottage vacation.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Not often do I come across clients that know what they want down to the very last drop, and I gotta say, it makes it easy for me.
The most difficult thing on Patrice's wish list is what she doesn't want: railings. Anytime you have a drop of more than 2 feet, you need to have a barrier so that people don't fall and hurt themselves. My solution is to lower the whole deck.
The only places that will have an issue with the 2-foot drop are at either end. If we do a privacy fence on the upper deck, that'll also be a restraint so people can't fall out over 2 feet and hurt themselves. You were talking pergola, I believe.
I
was. So why don't we just do the whole side right up to the top of the pergola with a privacy lattice.
Perfect.
And then you have one closed off space, so you have some privacy, and you have your lower deck.
That'd be great.
Here's what we're going to do. There will be a couple of steps coming from the cottage down to a deck that extends out 10 feet. Then, there will be a small step down to a second deck that stretches out even further. The sides of the first deck will have lattice fencing, and the whole thing will be covered with a pergola to give Patrice and her family some shade. Before we break out the power tools and really have at this deck, we need to peek underneath that sheet metal nailed down to the decking, just in case there's any surprises lurking under the boards.
Ta-da! It's like a hydro line.
It's the main electric line feeding the entire cottage.
That's why you don't want to just go in with a Sawzall and start taking the deck apart, folks. You could run into something like this. I think that'll run more than a toaster.
We'll have to be extra careful and make sure the power's off when we're cutting around this area.
If I take this one off, then it'll be loose. There we go. Goodbye, Danger Deck. Yeah. Thanks, Bill.
With the old rotten mess out of the way, it's time to start building.
Now we've got all of our layout done, we've got the foundations poured, we've got our post saddles in, and we've started building all our beams, which are in, and now we're laying out the deck frame. We're just removing our temporary leveling posts, and we're gonna build the frame over here, nail it all together, slide it back towards the house, and then our front row hangs from these hangers. The other nice thing about that is that we're using joists that are pre-cut to the dimensions that we need. One way that we made this efficient is by not using joist hangers. Everything's sitting on the beam, so we don't have to hang the joist. The weight is bearing onto the beam. When you're doing any project, especially at the cottage, it's one of my biggest things. You've got to plan it out, because you can plan it out in the city. You can, like, when you're in the office and no one's watching, you can plan your deck build. And what you don't want to do is just come to the cottage and say, well, I've got some wood, I'm just going to start. Because you're going to end up probably not thinking it through, building half of something and being like, oh, it looks bigger. Plan it out, get what you need for the weekend, bang together what you can, and go have fun on the lake. Look at that, eh? Within a half an hour of the day beginning, after all your hard layout work, you've got a big old deck built.
Yep.
I think we're gonna have one heck of a happy homeowner.
This is Patrice's cottage.
It's a full acre property. It's on the Muskoka River, so it's beautifully quiet.
It's the place she comes to relax and spend time with her family. Unfortunately, her deck is so rotten, it's now unusable.
Nobody has been on the deck except for, walking across this one spot.
That's because it's already sent 2 people to the hospital. We've ripped out that old deck, and now we're putting in her dream deck.
If we can get a pergola on it, that would even be better, but I don't want to be greedy.
That's good.
We're almost done building the frame for the upper deck. The last step is to attach the rim joist.
The nails that we're using are these super heavy coated galvanized nails with glue on them. The reason that we use those, the galvanized won't corrode and rust. And then the glue heats up when the nail goes in and then dries and stays locked in the wood. Can you push in on this? It's got a big bow on it. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna push our platform back against the wall. We held it out to assemble it so that we could use the nail gun on the far side and avoid using hangers, because $2 a hanger times 60, it's a few bucks. So let's go for it, guys.
3, 2, 3.
The entire frame should fit right under the edge of the cottage, and if it doesn't, we'll make it fit. It will look like it's part of the cottage, but the whole deck system is actually a standalone structure.
Watch you don't pinch your fingers here. 1, 2, 3. I think we made a slight mistake with the pergola rafters. They need to overhang.
Ooh.
12 footers instead of 10. The other thing we need to grab is 8 16-foot 2x8s. Hopefully you'll be back by lunchtime.
While Willie makes a run to the lumber yard, Simon and I will work on the pergola posts.
Simon's just wrapping up some of the few details there, and I am putting some nailing edges around our posts. So some people forget to do this when they're building themselves a deck, but you got to do this so that when your board comes along here, it has something to sit on. Otherwise, when you step here, this one's not so bad, but you don't want to have any loose ends that dangle, and when you step on them, they'll feel soft. This is how you build a sturdy deck. Can you measure from the joist to the soffit?
You got about 98 1/4 to the bottom of the soffit. Yeah, there's a bit of a dip.
97 1/2 it dips down to.
As cottages go, a roofline dip of less than an inch is pretty minor.
That makes sense, 'cause then
When you're renovating a cottage that's crooked, you have to decide whether you want to start building stuff inside of that square and level, or whether you want it to be crooked. And it's a real call, like so. With this one, we decided this deck is not even attached to the cottage, it's independent of that, and we want the deck to be perfect.
These posts are anchored in concrete, but they're made of wood, so there's still some movement and bend in them, especially at the top.
Ready?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Making sure they're all perfectly vertical requires lots of measuring and a little bit of math.
If you measure the distance between pole A and pole B at the bottom, and then just keep a note of that reference, then we have to make, if the first post is level, then we have to make the same one the exact same distance, which would mean that's level.
Now Willie's back with the lumber for the top of the pergola, so we can go ahead and execute the plan we laid out.
All right, so you guys know how it's going. 2 2x on the front of these. These ones are sandwiched, and then we can put our pergola rafters on.
All right, Willie, one down, 35 more to go.
Today we're back at Patrice's beautiful Riverside cottage. Her old deck was a rotting, dangerous mess. We've torn that one out and built the frame for a new 2-tiered deck. Now we need to build a very special set of stairs along the side of the cottage.
We need to have it like a easy ramp, sort of step up, and you could use your walker even if you're on it. Take a step, put your walker up, and we want this deck to be used by everyone.
Sure. Do you think 2 feet's long enough for that, or?
I know, I'm thinking maybe 4 feet, like 3 to 4 feet.
Yeah, that would probably be better.
We need a level surface to lay out the frames for the oversized steps. And around here, the only level surface is the deck frame we built yesterday.
Here comes the gun, little Simon. Here comes your nails. It's okay.
Look out, Quentin. Gonna get you. There you go.
Look at that, it's perfect.
Is it?
Yeah, it's dead on.
We've built a frame that is 10 inches deep and 8 feet long. Next, we'll add a smaller frame on top, creating 2 steps that are 4 feet each.
Beautiful. All right, so that completes our second platform. Now you can see someone with a walker could easily get up. We'll bring the grade up so it's a 5-inch step up to here, get onto here, and then it's easy to get up with your walker. Everybody can party here.
It's time to start the decking, and we have a special trick up our sleeve for this part of the project.
I made sure
The boards on Patrice's original deck had rotted through. So this time, we're going to use a new material that will never rot. It's called bale board.
What it is it's a farmer's bale wrap. You know those white marshmallows you see out in the field? That's it.
It's plastic that would have otherwise gone to the landfill.
Well, it'll outlast any piece of wood that you put on your deck. And you want to have some fun at your cottage. You don't want to be redoing it all the time. The best UV stabilizer you could ever buy is already in the product. And then it's got anti-fungi and anti-mold resistance mixed right in the plastic. And then we've got the tackiness that when you wrap it to each other, it sticks, so it's right in the product.
That's really cool.
See how flimsy it is, Colin?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, when you put this on the 16-inch centers, it's like a rock.
Installing this bale board stuff isn't any different than working with wood.
Make sure you hold it nice and tight. Ready? Beautiful.
If anything, it's easier.
Chuck said we don't have to worry about them ever expanding. We just gotta put them tight so if you're wearing high heels, you don't get tripped up. Anyways, so we'll get them in and then we'll chalk lines and we'll finish nailing them all off at the end. Assembly line. Let's flip this. Now the reason we're using the nails is we can't use the screws. The screws you couldn't unscrew. It's fine, you can screw it in, but then when you go to remove a board if you need to, which we probably never will, but should you need to, you can pull the nails, will come right out, just bang them out, and you can bang the board back in by putting the nail through the same hole. So this way we're actually saving time using nails, and it actually looks good and it's going to last a long time. What we're doing here is we're building a privacy fence so that we're building one at either end of the deck so that Patrice can have a little bit of privacy at her cottage. It's also going to kill two birds, one stone, because this is almost at the height where we are required to have a railing here. So since we're going to have a wall, we don't really need a railing. Now I'm going to rest this end up on my two little screws and push this fella up here. Well, everything's progressing pretty well. The bale board is going in really easily. Just nailing it in looks great. And if everything keeps going like this, Patrice is going to be a happy lady.
When Patrice called me up and said she had a dangerous deck, I had no idea how bad it was. Turns out the deck at her cottage has sent both her and her daughter to the hospital.
She went right down through there. Wood caught her at her ankle and it didn't stop till it got to the top of her leg.
It was so rotten, they just stopped using it.
We boarded up the door. I refused, and whenever we had anyone up to the cottage, I wouldn't let anyone go out back. So we didn't use the space.
Today, they're coming back up to the cottage to see what we've created for them. That means we've got less than an hour to finish up and tidy up before they get here.
Easy-going railing for some easy-going steps. The deck is done. All right, you ready to see this deck or what?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Colin! This is the best. Oh, and pergola. Oh my gosh, look at this. It's massive. This is great. And the 2 steps down. Now this is the dance floor.
I think it's bigger than your cottage, Patrice.
I bet you're right. I bet you're right.
In fact, this deck will outlive the cottage.
I love the color.
Yeah, it's made from what they wrap bales of hay, so it's ultraviolet resistant, it won't fade. It's made 100% of recycled plastic, and it's guaranteed for a long, long time. This and combined with the natural...
The stairs, oh my gosh, you did the stairs.
This is a Patrice original design.
Oh my gosh, this is the best because I wanted to make sure that if somebody had a walker, they'd be able to come up. Did you put the stairs on this?
Yes, so they're there.
Look at this, 5.5-inch rise. This is outstanding.
Well, I think this is that danger spot where the deck was completely rotten and it was almost taking people's lives.
Yes.
So, well, now you could pretty much park a cement truck on this thing.
Yes, there is absolutely nothing going to go through this now. This is fabulous. Thank you, Colin.
You know, you're fabulous, Patrice. What a girl.
You're the
Thank
best.
you so much. Nothing better than working for someone who appreciates your work.
Oh my gosh.
It's the best.
You're the best.
You're
Thanks.
the best. Thank you.
Look at this. What a job. You know, I thought these construction guys sometimes they're so busy that they, one little detail would fall off the plate. And I have to admit, I was kind of looking for the detail that would have fallen off.
Not one bit. I think it's incredible. It's amazing. It's better than I expected. I couldn't even visualize something so beautiful. It's tremendous. Now I'll invite everyone to come stand on the spot that I fell through, quite comfortably. I want my grandchildren to be able to run up those stairs, run across the deck, up those stairs, fly in and out of the house. I want to hear screaming and yelling and nothing but happiness on that deck. It's no longer a danger deck. I consider it now to be a luscious lounge. It's perfect. It is a safe deck. It is a huge deck with a pergola. All right, let's get this table about halfway down the deck. We can probably put the Chesterfield L on this side, looking out. Where's the ottoman? Probably just a bit, 3/4 of the way down would be great.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I must say, I love the new... Sorry.
We face south, so the sun is beating down all day long on us. I'm more thinking of the kids, that they need to get out of the sun a little bit. Yeah.
A hanger.
Best notch yet. You know, for a house made out of naughty old lumber, sure is pretty straight.
Holy. Wow.
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today I'm starting a new project unlike anything I've ever done before. John's a cottage owner with a big problem. His 2 little grandkids are getting too much sun.
Well, the sun is great, but it becomes very, very, very hot, extremely hot. We need something to cover us up. I have 2 grandchildren, so we're looking for to put a gazebo up.
I think it will be really good because they are always in the sun in the summertime. It's just boiling hot, so it'd be nice to have some shade for them to play in.
This property is actually old farmland, so there isn't much in the way of trees for shade.
We have a tree over there, and it's died. It's probably been dead for about 2 years now, and we haven't really gotten to it to cut it down.
Originally, John volunteered to build a gazebo himself, but his daughters didn't want to wait that long.
My biggest problem is I never finish anything.
It's always a very slow process. It takes them a very long time, and usually starts one project without finishing another.
This year when we were talking, we want to do landscaping out here. We were planning on getting a gazebo. They said, Dad, you know what'll happen? It'll never happen.
So that's why I'm here. Hey John, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So I hear you need something down by your lakefront here.
Yes, looking for a gazebo of sort. One of the problems that we have, we face south, and we have sun all day long. We need something over here because my grandchildren also are here all day long. They have all this shoreline, there's sand over there, there's a little deck over there, but for some reason they come to this cement pad. There used to be a boathouse here back in the 50s, but this is where they play.
So what sort of budget are we working with here on the project?
Hate to say this, looking for something cost effective.
Yeah.
I really don't want like an aluminum product or anything. I'm looking for something with a little bit of character.
You're just like all the customers. Just kidding.
No, it's true.
So bottom line is you're on a tight budget for this project.
That's what I want to hear.
The best place to save money is on materials. My idea is to skip the lumberyard and go right to the source. We're going to build this gazebo out of logs pulled from the forest. That will give it a classic look and a tiny price tag. Here's what we're going to do. We'll use 4 logs as corner posts. Then put a square frame around the top of those.
A ridge beam will form the center of the roof and we'll screw the rafters into it with enough slope that it can handle the snow, rain, and of course give some shade from the sun.
We're gonna go rich here in a poor way and go out and see nature. Nature's gonna give us what we need. Yeah. So it's not like just going lumber shopping at your local lumber yard, right? I mean, it may be local and it may be a yard that's full of lumber, but it's your neighbor's yard, there's lumber in it, but you have to harvest it, and that means that getting in can be a little bit cumbersome. You might have some bad lumber in the way of things, you know?
The gal who owns this property is a pal of ours. She's given us permission to take whatever we need. The first things we need to cut are the logs blocking our path. Hemlock, pine, cedar. We're not too fussy about the kind of trees we use, as long as they're straight and the right diameter.
So here's a nice tree Willie found. This is exactly what we want, a nice straight one. We can use part of this, probably the wider part for our legs. We need 4 wide spots. Then for our main beams, we're gonna need some slightly smaller, 8 feet.
Looks about 6.
We're at 6. Try and find one that starts at 7, and this will be good. We'll do so the 2 front ones are the same width. The back ones will just be the same tree, so we're not killing 1,000 trees.
Yeah.
Yeah. The nice thing about when you build out of the forest is you're not building a piano, so it has a little bit of character. It's not the end of the world. That's why the girls like you, Willie.
This one's pretty close, so I guess we'll cut it and go from there. I'm gonna notch it, and the tree is basically leaning that way, so that's where I will put my notch on that side. I'll make my cut, and hopefully the tree will fall that way. Maybe get out of that side, okay, because it's going to want to come this way.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Right at cutting height.
Once it's down, we trim all the branches off. That makes it much easier to measure, cut, and remove the old logs.
So we're gonna get 2 beams out of this tree here, 2 of our posts rather. So we'll cut a section at 9 feet, and then we'll cut another one at 9 feet, and the rest of it can be for rafters. And...
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I guess I'll cut the 4 posts out of that, and then we'll figure out what this is good for.
Yeah, what do we got there for length?
Well, maybe I'll leave it at that length.
Well, we don't need anything over 11, so if it's really long, let's...
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of people that are like, oh my God, look at that guy just cut down a tree. Can you imagine in a beautiful forest, he cut a tree down? But when you go to the lumber yard and you see all those nicely packaged, cut, sanded pieces of wood, they come from trees. So this is real. It's good now and then to come out to nature and bring it back down to earth and show where this is actually coming from. Definitely earning it.
John has a beautiful waterfront retreat on a south-facing lot. That means he gets plenty of sun all day long. For his 2 tiny grandsons, maybe too much sun. They spend all summer playing by the water's edge on the foundation of an old boathouse torn down in the 50s.
The concrete pad has been there for a really long time, and it seems to be the one spot they want to go and play on.
Always trying to fish off of it and go swimming off of it.
And it's not the most kid-friendly, so it'd be nice to have something there.
John wants a gazebo that's really custom and will make a feature of his shoreline, but he's not willing to pay much more than an aluminum one from a big box store.
To get this job done on John's tiny budget, we've headed to the forest to find our materials the old-fashioned way.
All right, Willie, So we got, out in the truck, we got 3 of the posts, and we got 2 of the beams, and we got 3 of the rafters.
Different parts of the gazebo require different sized logs. The posts are the thickest, then the beams, and finally the rafters.
So this is a post?
Yeah, that's our last post.
Okay, and then these are 2 beams, so all we need is you to get 7 more rafters ready.
Oh, perfect.
And then, the ridge beam.
The ridge beam? Okay.
Yeah, the rafters will sit on one kind of log that goes from one side to the other, so that's what we call the ridge beam. So we got our beams, we got our posts, we got our ridge, we got rafters, we got extra to do some bracing to the posts, and then we got extra in case we forgot something. So how long does it take, how long do you figure it's going to take us per log to strip these, if you had to guess?
10 minutes.
10 minutes per log?
Roughly.
I think Willie's been stripping for longer than me. Just saying. Yeah, what we got to do is we got to take this draw knife and we got to strip the bark off these logs. And the reason that we have to do that, as I've learned, is that bugs will get in there if you leave the bark on. But if we just take the bark but don't go too deep, it's going to inhibit the bugs getting in and eating the wood.
It's an art more than a science. You got to get all the bark, but you can't go too deep.
Sort of down to that layer there.
Oh, I see. That glossy layer.
When you get to that layer, you're pretty much at the wood. You've gotten rid of all the bark.
So this here has this, oh yeah, you can feel that's got like a glossy kind of coating on it. Nature built an imperfect log. We're gonna strip it and it's gonna have imperfections from us hand working it. The thing's gonna last a long, long time because it is a nice log that's got this natural kind of glossy protection layer over it. Well, I don't know if I'm a bad log stripper or not. This is gonna take more than 10 minutes per log, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
To build something immortal that doesn't cost more in total than something that looks manufactured, it's worth it. We've got all our material in the trailer, we've stripped all the bark off the logs, now we're ready to build.
We're building the gazebo at Willie's place because we didn't want to turn John's cottage into a construction zone. It also saves me some money.
We're building this the way a lot of people build log homes. They get built off site somewhere near where the wood is harvested, and then it's going to be shipped. Right now it only, it doesn't cost me that much money to pay for Willie's gas to get to work. But if we had to do the job an hour away, then obviously it just takes us more time. So might as well build it locally and then save gas and do one trip, assemble it. When you're building anything, the first kind of step is making a corner. So we're gonna put a post, we'll put a couple temporary braces on it. We're gonna figure out how to notch it and tie in the beams to one another. We're building this thing like the settlers would have built it. We have an old barn where we're working for inspiration. That thing's been here for a long, long time. So I'll put it right here. Then we'll get a brace, just grab a 2x4.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, I got this now. Thanks, man.
No problem.
Perfect. This is the front one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go up on the scaffold and I'll put that end in. We're gonna have a 6-inch overhang. Have an eyeball like that. So it looks like the backside is a bit deeper than the front. Good to go?
Try that.
Pretty good. The footprint of it's gonna be 10 by 10. And the height of it, we're not really sure. We got 7 foot of rafters, so whatever it works out looking good, we're just gonna stand back and kind of lick our thumb and see what looks nice. It's just like the settlers did here, Willie, right?
Exactly.
Exactly like the settlers.
The only difference is they'd have it done by now.
Willie and I are gonna have to start working at settler speed if we're gonna have this thing finished by sundown. Today we're building a gazebo for John's sun-drenched south-facing cottage.
There was a time when everybody built cedar gazebos and there was a lot of craftsmanship in them and stuff, and they looked really nice. But then, you know, all these stores started selling ones that popped up. You can put them together in half an hour and they cost less than 200 bucks kind of thing. So that really damaged the gazebo market. So we're trying to find a bridge between that. How can we make something that's cost effective, but also looks great and lasts a long time, not just another throwaway item.
We're building it out of logs that we cut down in the forest, and we're assembling it here at Willie's farm. When we're done, we'll number all the pieces, carefully take it apart, and then rebuild it at John's place.
It's 4 posts, and then beams that span around the perimeter, and then we do 1 beam across the top, a simple roof, and then we'll try and add a bit of an accent between the front beam and the ridge beam for looks, and then we'll do some bracings to keep it, you know, nice and square. Now that we got these 2 sections up, we're gonna do the beams that tie these together up top. They're also what the rafters are gonna sit on. Perfect. Okay, so this is good. Let's just go center to center of the bottom of the beam, and then we'll do them both the same, right? Okay, so 115 3/4. Then we have, from that mark, we have 10 feet.
All right.
All right.
This one's ready to go up.
Just grab 2 mega long screws. How's yours notch looking?
It's pretty good.
So now we're gonna tie this together with a big long screw. That's good. That's sturdy. See, people used to use lag bolts for this, but these have kind of replaced them. They're, well, I don't know for log buildings, but these are awesome for a lot of different things. Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, now that we have our basic frame assembled, what we're gonna do before we get started on the roof or anything else, we're gonna level it up. So we're gonna pick our highest, figure out what our highest point is, and just jack the other legs up to the same height. Then measure corner to corner and check it for square. And as soon as we know that we're level and square, then we can start building.
Right there.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Gorgeous.
You know, for a house made out of knotty old lumber, sure is pretty straight. Now we're gonna throw this ridge beam up. We've got our posts up, we've got the beams up, we've got the supports for this ridge. We'll put this up, then we can put our rafters in and support it back. Actually, I'll just go under. Why be crazy? Well, that's pretty fantastic. That's good right there. Yeah, so this is the ridge beam. All the rafters are sit on here, and the rafters and the roof give John some shade. Oh wow. These things work awesome. Try and keep a flat-ish side up. Awesome. Okay, so let's go set the other end. Wowzers. That looks good. Now the trick is, we gotta get this to John's place. We gotta take it apart piece by piece, number it, don't lose anything, get it there, and assemble it before he gets there.
Who knew all those afternoons playing with Meccano sets when I was a kid was gonna come in so handy? John needs a gazebo so his grandkids can play in the shade. We've built them one out of wood that we chopped down in the forest.
I don't know where Colin's been. He's been out of sight. I haven't heard from him. Nothing. So it should be interesting.
It took one day to cut and strip the wood, and one day to build it. Today, we're gonna set it up at John's cottage for his family to enjoy.
It's a nice spot for a gazebo, eh, Willie?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
I've got them all marked.
so it should go up easy.
You want to grab a couple braces and the Robertson gun? That'll work for
now,
the moment. You stay there.
Oh, yeah. Not quite tall enough?
Not quite there, Willie. You think you could help out?
Yeah.
Let's twist this counterclockwise in here. That look good there?
Yeah, looks good up front.
Sure goes together quicker the second time. Love it when a plan comes together.
Just a few days ago, John's grandsons were running around in the sun, playing on their favorite concrete slab. Now, they have an old-fashioned log gazebo to call their own.
I hope you're gonna like it, John.
Holy. Wow. That's excellent. Thank you.
Thanks. It's hand whittled.
That is perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for.
Right size?
Absolutely. That is perfect. Actually, it's bigger than what I thought. Incredible. How did you guys get all this?
Well, John, you know we're on a pretty tight budget here, so we figured pretty much the only place we could really save money was on the material. So we went and we earned the material ourselves by going in the forest and chopping it down. 3 days of labor,
Yep.
and the only thing that cost money was the plywood and the asphalt shingles.
I said I didn't want aluminum.
Yeah.
And this is exactly, it's perfect. Like, it's sturdy, it looks good, it'll last a long time, you don't have to worry, it'll naturally go its color.
Exactly.
It's perfect.
It's late afternoon, and it's October, so the shady area is actually behind the gazebo. But in midsummer, at high noon, it'll be right where they need it most.
Gives us an extra place to hang out and relax. And
Yeah, with our family growing, it's a great place to spread out and everybody can get a spot to sit.
It just suits our property and it suits our personalities, to be honest with you.
looks amazing. I like how it's very country and cottagey.
I was expecting to go to the lumber store, grab some cedar posts, and for them to actually go out, tear it down, and whittle all the bark off and have it. It means a lot. He really did work at it.
And now that they've got that gazebo for shade, they won't be needing that old dead tree anymore.
Powerful. Nice.
Sure did. Good.
All total in materials, we have probably close to 45,000 pounds worth of steel. Lightning is something that we don't want to play with. This is where it gets really high tech. Neighbors went down 80 feet. We're hoping we don't go that far.
Wow, look at that. Oh, that's awesome.
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Today's job site looks more like an oil drilling platform than a dock build, but that's exactly what it is. I'm here to help my friend Tom with a massive project. It's different than any job I've ever done myself, but Tom has years of experience doing this, and he's agreed to let me ride shotgun.
So what are we up to today, Tom?
Getting ready to start a steel dock for first thing in the spring.
Oh, right on.
Got some steel coming in for it.
How big is this dock? What are we talking here?
It's going to be big enough, hopefully, to put a boathouse on in the future.
Really?
Yeah, it's all engineered for that.
That means it has to support more than just a couple sunbathers. It has to be the foundation for a 2-story house.
So it's all steel, you're not using any wood cribs or anything like that?
No, we're not doing any wood on it. The only wood on this particular job is going to be the decking.
Here's what we're gonna do. We'll drive 27 pieces of steel known as piles through the mud and onto the bedrock at the bottom of the lake. On top of that goes a framework of joists, just like a regular dock, except instead of wood, it's all steel. Then we'll cover it with decking and add skirts to hide the understructure. It's 1,300 square feet, and the whole thing has to be able to support a boathouse, which the cottage owner plans to build in the next year or two. Before we can build anything, we have to unload the steel, and there's a lot of it.
You got a lot of steel here today.
Fair bit, yeah, I got about 15,000 pounds in today.
That's this load?
That's just this load, yes.
Okay, so now you're going to truck this down to the job site?
Unfortunately, it's not going to make it all the way to the job site on a truck. We're going to have to put it onto a barge. Once we have that loaded up with the steel and the necessary equipment, we'll head down the lake.
The job site is at the base of a really steep hill, and there's no driveway, just a footpath. So we'll use the barge to bring in all the materials and use it as a working platform. This is the first of 3 trips we will have to make. For this run, the 2 biggest pieces of equipment are the massive drill that will drive the piles into the lake bed and the compressor that'll power all the tools we need to build this dock. The equipment takes up more room, but the steel is what weighs the most.
Loaded on about 700 feet of pipe, it's about 16,000 pounds of steel.
Tom puts the steel on one side and the equipment on the other. That leaves the middle of the barge open to serve as a floating workshop once we're on site.
Hopefully the weather holds for us and no lightning. Don't want to be floating down the lake with 2 30-foot lightning rods standing up in the middle of the lake.
Part of the lake right now, and sometimes it gets rough. The only thing that really we had for sure is if we see any lightning.
Today it's pretty cold. That helps keep the lightning away. But the crew still has to keep an eye out for it. Other than the weather, Tom's biggest fear is a mechanical failure.
Keep a second boat with us, because back when we first started out on this venture, we took a motor out of one of our other boats, and the boys ended up floating around the lake for half a day before somebody saw them and out there in distress, and we had to go and rescue them before they drifted to shore.
Before we bring in the barge, Tom does a quick site survey.
We'll take off in the boat, just check out the shoreline, see where we're going to bring the barge in, make sure it's all clear of rocks and cribs and everything, and hopefully we don't rip any holes in it by hitting rocks. That's the worst case scenario. Hey Al, looks good. Just bring the boat straight in on me and probably drop the ramp about 10 feet offshore. We should be good. Find a home for the barge for the weekend and let it sit.
It's time to drive the piles into the lake floor. The ones near the shore are the most critical. They have to go in a straight line or the whole dock will be crooked.
We'll get this back row in first, and then from that back row, we'll shoot our 90 and come out this way.
So that's gonna be kind of the tricky one, right?
We gotta be pretty accurate
right on
to get that one in.
Setting piles is pretty simple. You just have to keep driving them down until they refuse to go any further.
We have some exposed bedrock in behind us. You know, the bedrock shouldn't be too far down, but you never know what the topography is going down in the water, whether or not it drops off like a sheer cliff or if it comes down on a smooth slope out or something, slope out. It's an air track drill. They're first made for drilling and blasting along the highways.
Tom's drill is an all-in-one type tool. It picks up the steel pile, carries it to the edge of the barge, hangs it over the water, and then drills it into the lake bed. It's precision and power all in one.
Okay, Jamie. We'll dial her up and let's get her going. It's easier in about 2 feet of water than it is in 20 feet. Over here, we're only about 6 feet of water, so it won't be too hard on this one. And the bottom looks pretty clear, so we'll see where they go. The neighbors went down 80 feet. We're hoping we don't go that far.
We know how deep the water is. What we don't know is how much muck is on top of the bedrock. More muck means more stability, but it also requires more drilling.
Refusal.
How long's that chunk? How long is that piece? Pardon?
7 feet, 7 and a bit.
With the first row of piles in place, we cut them off at water level, then get to work mapping out where the rest of the piles will go.
Can we tighten that up a little bit? Well, that's pretty loose. Yeah, that's a lot better. If you can put a yellow mark on the string, and we'll measure off of that. This string is representing the edge of the dock.
Okay.
The piles are set in approximately 12 inches from the edge of the dock.
Okay.
And this is our location of our pile based on where this one is, so we can get a square off of that. But the main thing we want to do is make sure our next pile is square to the string line and square to this pile. This is where it gets really high tech. It's really amazing how precise we can get with that square, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. It had better be precise because it's a lot of steel to pull up and reposition if we get it wrong. Today we're building the mother of all docks. It's made entirely out of steel, and it's a way bigger project than the wooden crib or floating docks I'm used to building.
It's approximately 1,300 square feet. We'll have 2 slips, 10 by 26, should accommodate a good-sized boat. And when it's done, it'll be strong enough to support a boathouse.
Tom has built dozens of these, so he knows all the tricks, including why being a water access only site is sometimes a good thing.
When we're working with the steel and very heavy pieces of iron, nobody wants to be lugging that anywhere. So it's placed on the barge with a crane and then hoisted up with a piece of machinery as it's driven in. So it minimizes the amount of grunt work and labor that people have to perform.
We've done a lot of work making sure the piles are in the right places and that they're deep enough.
Some of the piles were over 30 feet into the ground. We're in about 7 feet of water, so those piles are in around the 40-foot mark.
Those piles are rock solid, but the ones closer to shore are a problem. There isn't enough muck, what we call overburden, on top of the bedrock to hold those piles in place.
These piles here now, they're in about 4 feet of overburden and they're not too stable yet. So this is a good opportunity where we can drill and pin it. What happens is when the piles go in, they'll go through the top layer of overburden, whatever's accumulated on the lake bed, and we'll generally pile it right down into the ground until it hits the solid rock.
Right. The problem is if the rock's on a slope or if there's anything coming sideways at it, right?
That's right. So what we try and do is pin this on the inside to the rock so it doesn't shift back and forth anymore. Drill down 12 to 24 inches.
Okay.
And then retract the drill and insert a pin. And then that secures it to the rock.
Let me know if I can help in any way.
All right. Actually, if you want to give Al a hand and Jamie, grab that steel.
Your Wheaties today? Sure did. Good.
Reach her up. So take this, stick it in down the pipe. So we put that in, so we locate our hole with that, and then we'll drop a piece of steel down it. Yay!
Had the honor. Awesome. There we go. Concrete and we're done.
With all 27 piles in place, the next step is to assemble the frame. That requires another trip on the barge to bring over the I-beams. The I-beams are welded to square metal plates that we put on top of every pile. The finished dock will look like a giant W, but we're laying this out like a rectangular grid with 2 gaps that will become the boat slips. We have a couple different sizes of I-beams. The thicker ones go where the walls of the future boathouse will go. These are the same beams you'd use in a 2-story house because basically that's what this is going to be. It's difficult work, especially in the spring, when Mother Nature is throwing everything she has at us.
If it's torrential rains, they'll shut it down. Most of the time they'll work through it and keep on going. There's some aspects of the job that we cannot do in the rain. We do not weld in the rain, and we definitely do not work on the water during any sort of thunder or lightning episodes.
Those kinds of delays are costly because the pressure is on to get this dock finished before the summer weather's here.
A little bit behind schedule. We've had some high water that's delayed us a week or so.
Tom's promised the cottage owner that he can pull his boat in here next month, come hell or high water. And right now, that's exactly what we've got. Today, I'm riding shotgun on my buddy Tom's massive dock building project. He's building a steel dock that's so huge and so strong, it will eventually hold an entire boathouse.
Hey Tom, how you doing?
Not bad, you?
Good, good. So what have you been doing since the last time I was here?
We got the rest of the piles in.
Yep.
We had a little bit of high water that we had to deal with and wait for the water to go down. That was really the only big hiccup that we've had. And then we've been back now for our 3rd and final trip with the barge with all the deck material and the skirt boards and the sleepers that they're installing today. So did you come to work today or just
I did.
stand around and chat?
I brought my tools and I'm ready to work. What do you got for me?
You might as well jump in there, give Al a hand.
Putting these 5/4 pressure treat down on top of the steel beams here. And we've got the holes blowing in ahead of time.
Oh, that saves some time, I bet.
The whole structure is made of steel, but it would be impossible to bolt all the deck boards directly to the metal.
Yeah, here, you want to put a couple bolts in, that'd be helpful.
So we're bolting a board called a sleeper to every beam. Then we'll screw the decking to the sleeper.
Yeah, here, if you want to throw on a couple nuts, yeah, put them on finger tight for now, and we'll come back and tighten them up here in a minute.
Yeah, it looks good.
So these are your skirting boards?
Sort of blocking, yeah. We're going to put that on there. I've already got our square line down. With the blocking on here, everything's going to stay at the same elevation. It's going to stay on here. There's not going to be one. Our decking is going to run over top of this, and we'll cut our decking off so it's flush with this.
Okay, so this is also supporting the edge of the decking.
I'm just going to drill a hole.
It's just like the sleeper boards onto the deck. Rather than bolt every skirt board to the metal beam, we'll just bolt on these 2x4s and then screw the skirting to them.
Let's stick a bolt in there, Colin.
Yep. Hey, what are we doing after this?
139 more.
Most deck projects, you start at one edge and you work your way across the frame, but not with this one.
We're going to start in the middle here. So from this point, we'll have a full board at the end of our slip, and then it also gives us the ability to work in both directions. So we can get a crew working towards the barge, and we get another crew working towards the end of the dock.
Nice.
That means positioning the first board is critical.
We're off this one by about 3/8.
About an 1/8 off here and about an 1/8 off the other one. Yep, that looks good. We'll set this down on the chalk line.
Got a bit of cupping on this. You want to see if the other side's any good?
Flip her over. Yeah, that side looks pretty sweet. Okay, let's go with it. You want to start down there, and I can line you up on the line as we work our way across. Okay, that's it. All right, now we go get another board. Al should have it cut and ready to go. Continue on.
Well, that looks good. Perfect. So what's next?
We'll get out of here, let the boys finish off the decking and trimming it up, and next time you come back, we should have a beautiful dock to walk on.
Sounds like a deal to me.
A lot of big cottage projects get done over the course of a few years. This year, Tom is building a giant steel frame dock that will become the foundation of a boathouse somewhere down the road. We've drilled 27 steel piles through the muck and down to the bedrock. And we've used massive I-beams, the same as you'd find holding up your house, to make the frame.
You ready to go check this dock out?
I'm anticipating. I can't wait, buddy.
Right on. Great day for it.
Yeah, it's beautiful out. Yeah, a lot of nice cottages on this lake.
Quite a few, yeah. A lot of steel docks.
Yeah, how many have you done on this lake?
Couple dozen, maybe.
Really, eh? That's a cool, look at all the birds on that.
Seagull Island.
Seagull Island. I think that boathouse could use your helping hands there, Tom.
Actually, the next one over there might be the next one on the list.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I just emailed him about a rebuild before we came out this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
So, hopefully we hear something back.
Now, last time I was here, all I saw was all the steel and one deck board down.
It's a lot different now.
Whoa, that looks amazing, Tom. Shit, you could land a helicopter on that if you wanted.
You had to, I'm sure you could.
Or build a condo, I guess, too.
Yeah, boathouse next.
Yeah. Oh, it looks awesome, Tom.
Turned out good.
Yeah, very good. Man, this looks like $1 million. Wow, Tom, look at the cedar. So much cedar, it looks amazing.
Get really good quality cedar up here, good lumber grade, and
yeah, no doubt.
Sure.
Yeah, I like how wide the skirt is too. It's how deep it is.
Hides up all our steel.
Now, this was the first board we put in here. I was here then.
Yeah, and then we worked our way to each end and ended up with a full board.
That looks nice, and yeah, you do nice corners. All your angles are beautiful.
The bumper worked out well.
Yeah.
It just kind of adds a nice little trim to it.
I can't get over how it looks so simple now, you know? It looks like boards on the top and boards on the side, and it's, you know, I'm sure it must be such a relief at this stage to see it all finished, decked. It looks simple now and finished.
It just looks like a normal deck you'd find in your backyard at home.
Yeah. Little do they know. When you first step foot on this dock, the first thing that you notice is how sturdy it is. There's just no giving it at all. There's 27 piles in here holding up I-beams, and the wood that you see, it's on 16-inch centers, so nothing's able to move at all.
All total in materials, we have probably close to 45,000 pounds worth of steel, wood, and decking material, joists, and it was all brought in by barge, some placed by hand, most placed by equipment, and it makes for a very strong dock.
When any job is done, especially a big one like this, it just sort of immortalizes it once all the decking's on and the cleats and the bumpers and everything, and it looks fantastic.
Really happy the way things turned out. We managed to keep everything true and square. Things came out level and on the right height, so that was all very good. So you ready to go play?
Yeah.
Right on.
This is the danger zone, Len.
Its useful lifespan is done. It's used up.
I just figure it's better to get rid of the whole works and put new stuff down.
Not gonna happen.
Welcome to your new old deck. Wow. And that is how we live the cottage dream.
Yeah, right on.
I'm Colin Hunter. I'm a contractor who's fixing up cottage country one deck, dock, and gazebo at a time. My job is to get the build done on time so people can kick back and have fun at their cottage. Every cottage comes with a long to-do list of unfinished projects, jobs that were started and never completed. Today I'm tackling one that's been on the list for 30 years. Len, how you doing?
Hey, Guy.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Len's parents bought this piece of land when he was a teenager. He and his dad built the cottage together.
The cottage was started in 1968. It's been an ongoing project all the time. It's never really been finished.
The cottage was built in the 60s, and the deck, the part that's never been completed, was added in the 1980s.
There's a set of steps over here that were never built, which I'd like to get done. I designed it to have steps that go down onto that landing down there.
There's some boulders there, so we'll have to figure out how it'll actually go. It's always, the trick is to figure out how to make it look as nice as you can without having too high of a drop anywhere, but...
Yeah, that's true.
This will make it a lot easier for when you want to get a drink or something up at the cottage.
Oh, sure, if you want to come up and down, instead of going all the way around to that deck or going up to that side, you just come up through here.
The steps will allow direct access from the waterfront up to the deck that circles the cottage. But there's no point in adding steps to a deck that's falling apart.
This 1x6 stuff just isn't as strong as the 5/4 that they're using now. And in some few places they have actually given way.
This is the danger zone, Len.
Yeah, right here. Well, you can see these boards don't look too good. There was somebody went through here.
It looks like somebody could go through right here too.
Like that.
Apparently you could. Wow. The problem when you have a deck that's built with really thin boards is that there's just less give there. So if it's already got some spring to it and then there's a little bit of rot, it's just a lot easier for that to break, right?
I just figure it's better to get rid of the whole works and put new stuff down.
Yeah. Len also wants a cosmetic change.
I want it all going the same direction.
Right now the deck boards on the wraparound porch run in different directions on each side of the cottage. He wants the new ones to run all the same way. Okay, so this is just going to continue on like this instead of this direction.
Yeah.
So we'll do a bit of blocking there, that's cool. This job comes with some added pressure. Right now, Len's deck is covered in fallen leaves. Pretty soon, it'll be covered in something else.
Bound to start snow flying pretty soon.
The weather's starting to turn a bit, it's starting to get colder, so we'd like to get this done before it starts really getting nasty out here. We want to get Len taken care of for sure before the snow flies. The first thing we have to do is figure out what we can save and what has to go. I'm hoping for Len that when we pull off the deck and all the joists are in good shape, we don't want to have any rot underneath, and you know, it is at that point where the decking is getting a little bit rotten. We're hoping that it hasn't conducted down into the joist. So we'll see. Just want to see the top of the joist if they're rotten. Sometimes you look from underneath the deck and the sides of the joist will be fine and so are the bottoms, but the thing is, a lot of the rot actually happens right underneath the deck board where the water kind of pools up and sits there. So we'll just pop a couple off and see if it looks all right or not. That looks good. It's nice and fresh. It's a good sign. Len will be happy. We'll try another spot. I'm gonna check the joist over near where this garden and dirt is sitting probably against the wood. If we're gonna have some rot, it's definitely gonna be in a spot like this.
It's actually not that bad right here anyways. Yeah, it's actually looking pretty good. By the looks of things, it doesn't look like the joists are gonna be a major concern. A few might be bad, we'll change whatever needs to be changed, but for the most part, this is we're replacing decking.
Here's what we're gonna do. First, we'll strip off the old decking and cover the joists with a protective layer to keep water from pooling on top of them. Then, we'll redeck it with new, thicker boards. For the stairs, we'll use big platforms that follow the slope of the hill and add a handrail, just the way Len planned it out all those years ago. Removing deck boards is hard work, not smart work. If a deck was put together with screws, you can use a power drill to remove all the boards. But this one was built with nails, so the only thing that really works is a crowbar and some muscle.
I'm really surprised to see when we're peeling off these boards how good it is underneath actually. Especially over here by the garden. Figured this would be all rotten, but it's actually not. Good news, Len.
I'll have to compliment the guys that built this thing in the first place 30 years ago.
Our next challenge is how are we going to get these stairs down the sloping rock? Every time you need to go and attach something to bedrock, you really have to make sure it is in fact bedrock and that it's where you think it is. So because of all the bushes, it's going to be really tricky to figure out how we're going to lay this thing out.
Len has been cottaging on this lake since before I was born. The view is just as pretty today as it was the day his parents bought this piece of land. The problem is, the deck he enjoys the view from is falling apart.
These decks were built in 1982, so a little over 30 years.
The first thing we did was check out the condition of the joists.
That looks good.
What we found was good news.
Nice and fresh?
Yeah, he says all the undercarriage is in good shape, so you don't have to replace anything there, which is good news.
If it's built right and protected, the frame should last at least twice as long as the boards on top. So every deck you build is really a 2-for-1.
We're going to take an extra step to make sure that those joists stay good for a long time, and we're going to put some new decking on and it'll be just like it was 30 years ago. But one of the things that Len wanted as a change when we were replacing the decking is he wanted the decking to go this way. Before, the decking went alongside of the cottage, but it goes that way on that end of the cottage and this way on this end of the cottage. So he's like, do you mind just putting some blocking in and doing this?
Blocking is contractor talk for those small pieces of wood between the joists that will support the deck boards.
To do it properly, we got to put hangers on all the blocking. That's going to let us line up all the nails nice and clean so they're all in a row. And yeah, it's a lot of work.
So here's a tip for when you're putting hangers on. They come out of the box and they're like this. See the way they're spreading open? You want to close that, and then it's just easier to nail rather than trying to fiddle around, put it on. You got all that slack there. So if you just kind of close this so it's pinching instead of opening its arms up, take each side, just kind of clench it. See the way that's going inwards now? Now it means that I don't have to hold that on. I can just put that on, slide it up, make sure it's tight. Tack in our little temporary pins there. Changing the direction of the deck board sounds like a simple thing, but it's actually added a huge amount of materials and labor to this job.
I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze, to be honest. That's for Len to decide.
Next step is to break out the roofing material. No, there's nothing wrong with Len's roof. This is ice and water shield. Normally meant for on top of your house, I'm using it on top of the joist. You know, part of learning how to be a good builder is seeing what you learn when you take something apart. Yeah, it's actually looking pretty good. A few smart grandpas back in the day, we learned lessons from them. They put even asphalt shingles, just leftover anything on top of the joist. You could flash metal over it. You could put anything. Basically, as long as you can protect that top edge of the joist where the water just sits on top of there, you're gonna have a structure that lasts a really long time. I like to use roll roofing because it's sticky, it's water resistant, and it lasts a long time.
Cut up, or should I start?
Yeah, we got to cut some more.
It adds a couple hours of labor to the job, but what's 2 hours if it adds 30 years to the life of a deck? It's like having a house without a roof on it. How long would a house last without a roof on it? Not very long, right? Not long at all. But if you put a roof on a house, it's gonna last a heck of a long time. There's probably a lot of decksmen out there that are like, bro, you're killing it for me, man. I like replacing deck frames. With the frame all protected, it's time to start decking.
Carrying deck boards is a lot like life. It's all about balance.
So we'll just set it at 2 inches off of the plywood.
Yeah, that's 2 1/16 there.
Len is planning to put siding around his cottage next spring, so we're leaving a gap between the wall and the deck. Good? Yep. It looks out of place now, but when the new siding goes on, it will all fit together perfectly. You want to come down and start nailing this one? I'll start just fitting these loosely. Notch this one out. Laying the deck boards parallel to the wall is easy, but on this side of the cottage, Len wants the deck boards perpendicular. What is it, 3 feet here?
Well, from the wall, we're 44 inches.
So basically what we do is we'll do 4-foot pieces or a 16-footer divided into 4 pieces. Put our deck board against the wall, just tacked in with a couple screws. And then all we have to do is butt our boards up to it, space it, and fire away, and then we'll chalk the line and cut it off.
Then it's measure, mark, cut, and repeat.
Uh-oh. Not gonna happen.
What's the matter, man?
No problem.
The new deck boards are almost half an inch thicker than the old ones. And now the screen door won't open. To fix it, we have to remove the door. And Len has gone back to the city with the key. We need a shoehorn. Today we're finishing a deck project that's been underway for 30 years. We weatherproofed all the old joists, and we were flying along with the new deck boards when we hit a roadblock.
Uh-oh.
We're using thicker deck boards than what Len used originally. That extra ½ inch is blocking the bottom of the screen door. The solution is to raise the entire door frame above the new boards. But to do that, we have to open the door, and Len has the key with him in the city. We need a shoehorn. There we go. Okay. Whew. That was a close one. In order to clear the new deck boards, we need to raise the aluminum door frame.
We'll just have to rip into that board, right? Because all it means is just that little L has to go up.
Okay. I'll pop it off. I'll grab a black and we'll get at her.
What's going on up here? Wouldn't it be consistently all the way across that it's got to get raised, or no? Well, it looks like you tapered this off to nothing, right?
Their trim was installed.
Oh, I see.
Not straight, so I'm just going with where it...
So, it is what it is. A
Cottages are often very crooked. Doesn't make them bad. They're not like crooked landlords. They're much cooler than that. But we got to cut this much off of here so that we can raise that screen door up so that it sits. We're only going to raise about 3/8 of an inch higher just to accommodate the slightly thicker decking. Moving that door frame costs us a lot of time. It's 5 o'clock now, and I'd love to call it a day, but we still have a lot more deck boards to cut and nail before we can pack it in. The steps Len wants to connect his deck to the waterfront will be super easy to build. The only complicated part of it is figuring out where to put them. That means before we dig any holes or cut any boards, we have to do some math. So we got a scenario here where we have sort of a deck here. You don't need to know trigonometry to plan this out. Just divide the total difference in elevation by 7.5 inches, the height of an average step. For this job, we're gonna need 14. So we're gonna have this section all just stairs, and then we're gonna have sort of just platforms like Len has on the other side, going down to this one. It looks good on paper, but we're running out of daylight. So we'll have to build these stairs tomorrow. It's a beautiful fall morning. The air is crisp and clear, but there's no time to enjoy the weather. We've been working at Len's place all week, and today is the day he comes back up to the cottage. We've been here since sunrise putting up these steps and platforms that will finish off the project, just the way Len planned it 30 years ago. Luckily for us, it was only a few inches of soil covering the bedrock on the hill. So there wasn't much digging, just lots of drilling to secure the posts. Steps went in pretty easy, but we still got a lot of little touch-ups to do. We still got to trim the edges, we got to put the handrail in, we've got to pressure wash all the wood that's adjacent to it. It's amazing how a really deep washing can make old wood look as good as new. Len's probably on his way up from the city now. He said he's going to be here by 3 o'clock, so we got about an hour to get this thing together, and that's about it. It took us a week to finish the project that Len started 30 years ago. And now it's time to see what he thinks of his deck. Len, how are you?
Hey, Colin, how are you doing?
I'm good, I'm good. Welcome to your new old deck.
This is really good, eh?
Well, you know,
Really nice.
thanks, pal. It's,
Yeah, exactly what I wanted. Yeah, you got space back there for the siding to go down.
Yeah.
To get that off. Yeah, it looks really great.
We also put a membrane on top of the joists to save them from rotting again, so the frame will last. And it's sturdy now. There's nobody putting their foot through here, right, Quentin?
Hey, that's good, yeah. Yeah, there was a couple of holes there, wasn't there?
Nobody going through here now.
No, for sure. Doesn't even shake.
No.
This deck down here really looks brightened up so much.
Yeah, you know, it's, I can imagine how it was in its heyday 30 years ago. Yeah. But there's one last, you know, we finished off your project. Let's go have a look at it.
Looks a little bigger than it did before.
Could have been the foliage overgrowth.
Right,
I don't know.
That's true.
So here are the steps. Everything is tied directly into the bedrock, just like you said. It was right below the surface. The saddle's just drilled right into the bedrock. So try them out. See how sturdy they are.
Yeah, they sure are sturdy.
So after 30 years, we finally have the direct route to the beer fridge.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this is what I had in mind. So you're coming up here, you don't have to walk all the way up those steps and then go around here to get in the front door.
When we walked in here, it was a deck that, you know, it looked like it was 30 years old, and decks generally don't look too hot when they're 30 years old.
The old stuff that was on there is, well, it was wet, it was aging and it was weathering quite a bit. It was really turning quite dark. So it wasn't very pleasant to look at. But it's all brightened up, all looks new now.
It was an opportunity to change all the decking, put a little bit of maintenance on the frame so that it'll last a lot longer.
It's kind of funny that it took 30 years to get this all done over stages over the years. Now it's all done. Now, can I get you a drink?
Nothing like a beer on a hot summer's day. Happy deck to you, Lynn.
Happy deck to you.
Have a beer.
There's two.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh no.
We got this project done just in the nick of time. This is our last deck of the season, and the snow is about to fly. And I mean tonight. We're calling for 6 centimeters.